Welcome to the Thursday, January 19th, 2023 ARB hearing. Let me read the required. I am sending you, okay, pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or in person. Members of the public may provide live comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of the public comment on that item. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Spoken comments via computer or smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom app. To address the board, go to zoom.us//join meeting ID 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak, click raised hand. To offer comments using the regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit 9 on your phone so that we know that you wish to speak. Okay. So we have 3 items on today. Sorry?
You have to do the roll call.
Roll call.
Chair Hirsch,
Here, I think.
Vice Chair Balte,
Present.
Board Member Chen. Present. Board Member Rosenberg. Here. Board Member Thompson. Here. We have a quorum.
So, Jody, who wants to speak to the items here? Claire?
The next item is oral communications.
Yeah, the next item is the adoption of the resolution, right?
Oh, the adoption of the resolution.
Yes. Who seconds that?
Oh, sure. I move that we approve the adoption of the resolution authorizing the use of teleconferencing.
I'll second that.
Can we have a vote?
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen. Yes. Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson. Yes. Motion carries 5-0.
Yep. So will we have oral communications first?
It looks like we might have a hand up.
Yes, I do see one raised hand on Zoom. Shani Kleinhaus. If you can unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Please spell your name and for the record.
Good morning. My name is Shani Kleinhaus, SHANIKLEINHAUS. And good morning, Chair Hirsch and Commissioners. I am the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I am a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, but I do not speak for the Commission today. Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society sent you a letter regarding 3300 El Camino in issues with bird safety and lighting, and I hope you've had a chance to read it. Residents in Palo Alto value the natural environment. A report that Council will discuss on Mondays shows that nearly 9 in 10 residents rates the overall quality of the natural environment in Palo Alto as excellent or good. And the natural environment that we appreciate is not only our parks and open spaces, but also our urban forests and the many birds that come with it. People in Palo Alto love birds, potentially with the exception of crows. Birds collide with glass wherever they're active. They fall victim to glass not only in areas that are close to the bay or to the creeks, but also to anywhere where there is vegetation in the city, and that includes near El Camino, and they fall victim to hazardous elements, especially reflective glazing or transparent glass in proximity to landscaping. And that can include green roofs or see-through situations where they can see a flight path from one side of a building to the other through the glass. So this is why Cupertino, for example, any new commercial building or alterations must include effective bird safety treatments. In Mountain View, any commercial building of more than 10,000 square feet needs to implement them. San Jose and Sunnyvale have protections for birds anywhere from hazardous elements, and especially strong requirements within 300 feet for a waterway. And many companies in our area, including Meta, Intuit, Google, Microsoft, implement bird safety measures for new buildings and retrofits. Palo Alto for 3300 El Camino has a condition of approval for bird safe glazing. But when I asked staff how this will be implemented, what treatment will be used, how effective it is, how much of the facade will be subject to this condition, what parts of the building the treatment will apply to, the answer I received that it's going to be proposed by the developer, and there's not a lot that the city can actually require because we don't have an ordinance. We should. So this building is within 300 feet of a creek. It's surrounded by vegetation. It has a green roof. It should have been required to use effective, and I provided more information on that, on how to make it effective. Bird safe glazing on 90% of the glass facades and 100% anywhere near a green roof element. I am aware that this has been approved and that you cannot revisit it potentially, although I would have loved you to. But as you review the proposed Fry development and any other future development in Palo Alto, I hope you consider not only the aesthetics of the building,
Better finish up.
also, is it safe to non-human inhabitants and visitors of our city? Thank you.
You have any comment on that, staff?
I don't believe the project's been approved.
Yeah, I don't know that we usually comment on oral communication, but we do have Shawnee's letter. We have a copy of it. Garrett and I are reviewing that. And the project is fairly far along, but we will see what we can incorporate. But she's also right that we do not have a code section specifically about bird safe glass. All we have is a comp plan policy. And so there is not a whole lot for us to go off of for future projects. Thank you.
Okay, we don't discuss this. We're moving on. Okay. So thank you anyhow for this presentation. And hopefully somebody will be listening in the future on this because it's an important issue. But we have approved the project, so therefore we're moving on. Okay. So are there any agenda changes and deletions?
No changes today.
City official reports?
Yeah, so the February 2nd hearing is planned. Oh, can you hear me? The February 2nd hearing is planned to be canceled. We have one item scheduled to move forward, hopefully on February 17th, which is the 3001 El Camino Real Affordable Housing Project. We had a couple new projects come in over the last couple of weeks. There is a right now in pre-application stage, Senate Bill 330 pre-applications have been filed for 4200 Acacia, which was formerly part of the 3001 El Camino Real site. It's the rear portion of that property that's now been created as a separate parcel. And that was for 16 units of multifamily residential. And another application has been filed for 3150 El Camino Real, which I believe is the McDonald's property as well as the fish market. It's proposed to be merged to create a larger 380 unit affordable, or not, sorry, not affordable, housing project with 15% below market rate. So they've submitted a Senate Bill 330 pre-application as well. Let's see. Yep, I think those are the only two items. Are there any planned absences from board members over the next couple of weeks? Or?
I have one. Actually, I have two. So March 2nd and June 15th are the two planned absences I can see so far this year.
Thank you. Any others?
Yeah, I have one too as well. It will be the April 6th.
Any others that you guys are aware of? Rosenberg? Okay,
Let's
thank
see.
you.
I think your mic wasn't on, Board Member Rosen.
Sorry, I know we're a little far.
Yeah.
It's there.
Saying your mic isn't on, so no.
Apologies. So that was July 6th that I'll be out. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Balte, did you?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think I might miss that second meeting in February. Can I get back to you later on this?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I just don't have my calendar in front of me. If I could I ask a question about the 3150 El Camino Real project? That sounds like a rather large project. When you say pre-application, what information does the city have for that project right now?
So the Senate Bill 330 application is very limited. Basically, they provide, they have to give information mostly related to the hazards of the site, and they have to provide elevation drawings and a site plan, and that's pretty much all we receive as part of the Senate Bill 330 pre-application.
And what is the entitlement process, or what steps will that project be going through, as far as you can tell?
It depends on how they file, but they are proposing a state density bonus project. So it would presumably come before the Architectural Review Board and only the Architectural Review Board. The only, I guess, reason it would be required to go to council is only council can make overriding considerations if an EIR is necessary and a significant impact is identified, significant and unavoidable. It would then require it to go to council. But other than that, it would only require, yeah.
So drawings that are on, we have now are on file available publicly? They're on the internet, online?
They are online, right? They should be.
I'll verify in a minute here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's just good for us to be aware of that. This is sounds like a pretty good sized project to me.
Yes.
There are no zoning changes requested in that application?
No zoning changes.
Well, the only thing that we have on file right now is the SB 330, which is really to just freeze the regulations. We don't have the actual project on file just yet.
Okay, and it isn't part of our schedule here either then, at this time?
It's not part of our schedule since we don't have an formal application on
Okay.
file yet.
Okay, thank you, Claire.
Yeah, thanks. So then the next is tentative and future agenda. It's been worked on a little bit. I was wondering if on the submittal area, one could put down what actually happened if those projects have come through us, like an approved or dated approval could be included on there just so that we know what it is. It's of course a little bit hard, from our point of view to read this schedule and know exactly which project is which. It takes a bit of work to just do that for us, I think, at least for my sake, to remember each project, but it can be done. So, it's okay. One could go to the listings under pending projects and look it up. There's one project on this list, however, that doesn't make any sense at all. And that's the very last one, SB 330 pre-application.
On the last column there, you'll see that unfortunately, the right-hand column got copied.
Right.
And so, just cross out that very last box.
Yeah.
But you'll see in the box before that it's a 380 unit project.
Yeah. So is that the one we've just been discussing?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. All right, so that'll just be left out, that piece that doesn't apply.
Yeah, just cross out the very last right-hand box that got duplicated. We were moving a little too fast.
Okay. So, so we finished that. Now I guess we're up to action item. Let me just turn to it. This is a public hearing, quasi-judicial, 414 California Avenue, recommended on applicant's request for approval of a minor
I
level.
think, Board Member Hirsch, I
The
think we're
first
starting
item
with
is the 900.
900 Welch.
Oh, 900 Welch, sorry.
That's, tab 3.
Okay, here we go, yes. Quasi-judicial 900 Welch 22 PLN-00328. Recommendation on an applicant's request for approval of a sign exception, modification to an existing matter sign program to add 2 new vehicular, directional signs, AKA freestanding signs, along a new road, environmental assessment exempt from SECA per guideline section 15311, accessory structures, zoning district, MOR, medical office and medical research. For more information, contact project planner. Emily Foley, you have a report?
Yes, good morning, board members. I'm Emily Foley. I'm the project planner for this project. So what we are considering this morning is a modification to the existing master sign program for the Stanford University Medical Center. This and sign exception. So this project includes 2 new freestanding vehicular directional signs along the new segment of road. Blake Wilbur Road is being extended between Welch Road and Sand Hill Road to connect with Durand Way on the other side of Sand Hill. That portion of the project, the new road segment, was approved at the staff level because it is something that was originally approved as a part of the Stanford University Medical Center master plan. And so these 2 new signs are consistent with the master sign program in terms of typology of the signs, but this parcel is zoned MOR rather than the main core of the campus, which is zoned HD for hospital district. And so it requires a sign exception because the signs exceed the allowable area, height, and setback. And so for reference, these are the materials, but these are the same as the master sign program. And so this slide shows the specifics of what the proposed size, height, and setback is compared to the typical development standards for the MOR zoning district. In terms of the height, this is the large vehicular directional. In the plan set, there are references to there also being a medium and small size, but the large size is considered appropriate, since this will be one of the first signs you will see when you're entering the campus area. And so the proposed location is consistent with where other large vehicular directional signs are located. This slide shows some of the other ones on the site. And so it is our hope this morning that you will recommend approval for this project. The applicant, Rumel Panglau, is also on Zoom and has a presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Let me ask the board if they've visited the site here. Do you have some disclosure?
No disclosure.
Okay.
I did visit the site.
I have nothing to disclose.
I visited the site.
I have nothing to disclose either, except several visits to the clinic there, so I know the area. Okay, now we have the applicants here.
Yes. Good morning, Chair and fellow board members. My name is Rumel Panglau with Stanford Medicine. I also have with me my team member, Molly Swenson. We're available for any questions. Our presentation this morning will be given by our consultant, Clear Story.
Okay, thank you very much. Clear Story, are you here in the room? No?
I am.
You are.
Hello.
Okay, you want to just give your name and spell your name for the record?
Okay. My name is Nikki San Miguel, Nikki, San Miguel, SAN space MIGUEL.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I represent Clear Story as the signage designer and consultant for this project. Let me share my screen real quick. So we have a very brief presentation. I know Emily's report covers a lot of the items. And so really quickly, for reference and context, this is the full suite of sign types that are already in the master sign program. And so our intent is to use the largest of the signs here on the left, the largest vehicular directional, because as Emily mentioned, this is the main approach to campus. And we currently have a large number of these signs throughout the campus to help facilitate safe and complete navigation throughout to all the medical destinations on the campus. And so what we are proposing is the addition of 2 signs here on the Blake Wilbur extension marked in yellow. We have some minor message updates to the signs marked in blue, but the signs that require exceptions are the ones marked in yellow due to the zoning in the MOR district. And just more detail in terms of their messages and locations. So both signs are on opposite sides of Blake Wilbur extension and consistently 2 feet setback from the sidewalk, which is consistent with the rest of the campus. And the placement of the signs are strategically located so that the decision point to pick between the left or right turn lane can be determined before the intersection. And so we've placed it ahead of the intersection at sufficient distance so people can make a safe left or right turn into the proper lane. And that's it for our presentation, but let me know if you have any questions and we can show exhibits from the prior master plan if necessary.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see if there's some questions from the board here to either Emily or the applicant. Nothing. Nothing. Looks like this is a quickie.
Are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
No, I have not received any public comments.
I have a question here. When you get out to the main drag out there, is there going to be a left turn, right turn situation when you're at Sand Hill, leaving that area? I'm just curious.
It's going to be site plan correct. So if you are exiting the campus from Walsh Road here, there will be a left and right turn lane, or you can go straight into the residential district across Sand Hill.
So is there plans for a new traffic light at that location then?
Yes, that's covered by the street work permit that they will be getting through Public Works.
Okay. Kind of important for major road like that, you know, in the campus. So I just was concerned that that was being addressed in the same, not in this application, but parallel to it. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a
You
quick question.
Comment? Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead.
question. I want to know whether all the other existing signs on campus, are they illuminated?
There are only 2 signs that are illuminated on campus. They are the 2 emergency monuments at the entrances to the pediatric emergency and adult emergency. But otherwise, all these other signs are non-illuminated, but they have reflective vinyl copies. So if headlights hit it during the evening, the message illuminates.
So for the new signs, it would be the same. It will have the reflective.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Any other, no?
Make a motion.
You ready? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
With the indulgence of the chair, I'd like to move, we approve this, recommend approval of this project per the staff report.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Okay. Let's take a poll.
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes?
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson. Yes. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Again, nice presentation. Nice to see the system expanded like this. So everything will be very clear about the hospital movements, traffic movements around it. Thank you very much again. Okay.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
So item. So the second project is public hearing quasi judicial 414 California Avenue. Recommendation of application for approval of a minor board level architectural review to allow the removal and replacement of existing stucco with new tenant colors, roofing, rooftop mechanical enclosures, removal of 2 parking lot trees, replacement existing front breeze block screen wall with new lettering, new lattice system, new landscaping, new signage, environmental assessment, and it's exempt from SECA per section 15301 zoning district C2 or P community commercial. So thank you, Claire.
Sorry, we have the project planner, Garrett Sauls, online to give a presentation.
Morning, ARB. My name is Garrett. I'm the project planner for this application. And we previously had a discussion about this item on October 20th of last year. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just a quick history or recap of the project. This is a CC zone district. Property is about 1/3 of an acre in terms of size. The existing bank use, financial service use will remain, and the improvements are specifically related to repairing this existing and damaged stucco, replacing it with new stucco, painting it gray, replacing the breeze block system with a new aluminum lattice system within the structural bays at the front of the building, introducing new tenant signage, a new rooftop mechanical screen around new rooftop equipment, and providing additional landscape planting at the entry of parking lot areas. So on this is the site plan you can see in the plan set, which identifies the new layout for the parking lot, as well as identifies where you have additional landscaping being proposed at the site. So you have here at the entry area, additional planters. This planter currently exists today. There's an additional planter proposed along here. And then you can see looking in towards the parking lot, that there will be additional planting provided here. There's an existing buffer around here that they're looking to fill in with landscaping. And this location here and here are where the two existing trees are proposed to be removed, where the existing canopy for the trees that will remain provides that exceeds that 50% canopy coverage requirement over the parking lot area, which is something that the city generally wants to see. This is in looking at the plans that this is the proposed front elevation along California Avenue. You can see this is where the new lattice structure is proposed, where the breeze block system currently is. And you can also see that there's this new mural that is proposed along the front area that will wrap along the side of the building to elevation. You'll also see in the plan set that they are proposing to provide for kind of climbing ivy along the side of the building, which will also help to try to break up some of the massing of this two-story building that faces towards the parking lot, which is very visible if you're standing on California Avenue. And you can also see up here, this is the new proposed roof screen with the mechanical equipment proposed at the rear of the site so that it's not closer to the front of El Camino Real. This is the alley view on the north elevation, where you can see that they have this existing stucco that they are looking to repaint and replace. And they're proposing this new fixed window in this existing opening. So previous ARB comments had been about the applicant had previously proposed to remove the existing breeze block system entirely and put in a new vertical metal panel system along the front, where you can see in the corner this mural is placed. The ARB was not supportive of that design and wanted to have some new design within the structural bays to replace the breeze block system, which you can see the applicant has incorporated into their design. They've also brought the signage down, which previously was along this headband for the building, and they brought it down now to be within the center of this aluminum lattice structure here. An additional comment was about changing the pavers along under the entry canopy. The applicant took a look at the existing pavers that they have and noted that they were mostly in pretty good condition. And what they were looking to do then instead was to power wash the existing surface to kind of bring out some additional color on the on that paving that's there, and then also to kind of patch in any sort of spots that remain in order to give a more consistent design approach and color. An additional comment that the ARB provided was to provide some wraparound element along this corner of the building, which faced towards the parking lot, which now looking at the image here, you can see with the introduction of this mural, the applicant will be wrapping that along the corner here, as well as with introducing these ivy along the side of the building facing the parking lot. We'll try to soften that appearance from the building towards the parking lot and on El Camino Real, or sorry, California Avenue. You can see here is an example of the materials that they're going to be using. So they have this gray, this lighter gray and darker gray colored paint that they're going to be putting along the building. You can also see the lattice steel, aluminum structure that they're looking to put along this front portion of the building. You can see wrapped again in within these structural bays in these three areas here. They also have within their plans the information related to the sign materials that they're going to be using. So you can see here this light blue color material will be used along the banner within the lattice structure for their chevron element. Other items that the ARB had asked the applicant to look into was to study planting an additional tree behind the bike racks and at the front of the site near the alleyway on the north elevation. One of the things as staff went out and discussed with urban forestry and also went out and looked at the site was noting that there were a significant amount of utilities within this area. Here you have sewer utility, you have a light pole, and then you also have some additional electric utilities within this space. And so the urban forestry department doesn't allow for any additional, and the utilities department don't allow for new street tree planting within 10 feet of those areas, which this area right in particular here is unfortunately very cramped. And so neither of those departments were supportive of placing an additional new tree within this space behind the bike racks. The ARB had also asked the applicant to explore making this window here an operable window. And the applicant had discussed that with their client and had not provided in this application as they felt it was a security risk to put an operable window into a bank. An additional item was to consider or study placing a bench on the site. Previously, the discussion had focused around possibly putting a bench within this planter strip behind this existing mailbox in the right of way. As the applicant was looking into it, they felt that this area would be better served by additional landscaping rather than putting in a bench behind the mailbox, but that there may be an opportunity with the introduction of the new mural, that there might be an opportunity possibly for there to be a bench within that area that might provide an opportunity for views towards the consumption of the potential art on site. But that was not included in this middle either. Staff recommendation would be to approve the application based on the findings and conditions noted in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, first, let's see who's visited the site here. Can we speak to that?
I visited the site.
I also visited the site.
Yes, I visited the site earlier this week.
And I visited the site as well.
And I'm sorry I did not, but I've been there several times. So let's see other questions to staff about the project.
I'm not sure if the applicant had a presentation in this scenario, but you may want to hear from the applicant if there is anything.
Okay, we'll hear from.
I had questions of staff. Would you
Staff,
rather we do
yeah.
that first?
Yeah.
I don't mind doing them together, whatever works.
It's true.
Let's, yeah,
It might be easier just to hear
probably
from
will get to the
everybody.
staff anyhow, but are there any questions of staff first?
I'd rather wait till we get the applicant to present as well.
Okay.
More efficient.
All right, so let's do that then. The applicant's here. Thank you. Again, spell your name for the record.
If you can just state and spell your name for the record when you begin.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ben Cracky with Studios Architecture, BENKRACKE. Thank you to the Planning Commission for reprocessing this project and to the board for seeing us today. Looks like I'm sharing now. So this is our second. It's hard to hear me.
I can hear you
Yeah,
fine.
can you bring the mic closer to your face? Thank you.
Is that better? Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to give a brief presentation. Thank you, Garrett, for reviewing everything that we're going to be talking about today. As you know, we're on California Avenue here. We are on the pedestrian access point as part of the Uplift Local campaign, a really successful pedestrian part of the street. This property sits vacant today, and we're ourselves and our tenant are really excited about revitalizing this property on this main drag. We are a standalone building. There's an adjacent parking lot next to us that Garrett described. And we'll get into some of the new design. This building is from 1958. As we said, we have explored the breeze block and a couple different options. We are now proposing a new lattice work to replace it. And the reasons being, this light frame structure does not have any shear walls, structural shear walls anywhere near the front half of the building. They're all in this short direction in the back of the building. Per the 1997 UBC and 1998 CBC structural code updates, it will penalize projects with a heavy concrete wall or appendage attached to a light frame structure. After further investigation, it would require significant work to provide a short shear wall in the short direction in this property. So with that, we are proposing to remove these and replace in kind with a new modern lattice breeze block interpretation. We also touched on the facade. It has been probably since 1958 since these have been updated. So we are excited to refresh these walls, provide a new stucco covering and a new paint scheme for that, sticking within the warm colors of our neighbors, but proposing a gray color as opposed to the tan and beige. Just a quick context here. The property is just here and here. These are our neighbors, all 1- and 2-story structures. They all have unique signage and awnings, but what they all do is make a nod to that pedestrian scale of this pedestrian street. And so we're excited to revitalize our building with a new look and feel. And these are the buildings across the street. You can see they're starting to explore new colors, breaking away from those beiges and tans along this avenue. So here's a look at that straight on elevation showing in context. You can see the new breeze block here in line with our neighbors' horizontal eyebrows, if you will, and the new color scheme in context as well. Further information on the elevations if we feel like we need to go back, but as Garrett Sauls mentioned, we are proposing a new mural here I'll get into in a little bit. It wraps the corner on that very visible south facade, and we're proposing new ivy growing apparatus here to soften that facade. Looking at the signage, one of the earlier comments was it seemed very small and forced along that top eyebrow. We're bringing it down, increasing the size a little bit, but we are still well within the allowable signage square footage, and we are much more in line with the context of our neighbors' signage to the left and right regarding size and scale. The SVB with chevron would be on that attached to the front of that lattice work. We are going to great lengths to hide any sort of conduit that supports that, and structure would all be in there. There wouldn't be additional attachments for this lightweight sign. The chevron you see here in white is metal. It would be backlit or halo lit against the opaque portion. So that's set back in the portico there, up against that opaque wall. Diving into the lattice a little bit. So this is about 7 inches deep. We are trying to use readily available profiles in a very unique way to create the depth and texture that the board mentioned they were missing in the last review. By canting these and sloping them, we are still providing sun protection to the front of the facade, a lot of texture, visual interest, and some of that play on light, all of which the existing breeze block does today. And we're excited with this new interpretation of it. Regarding color schemes, we're proposing a two-tone warm gray system where the superstructure is painted the lighter gray, and the infill portions and the lattice are the darker gray. We have some physical samples of those paint colors we can pass along to you either now or.
That would be good.
All right, so my associate Lauren will be coming around to pass those through. Thank you. Navigate the maze here. Thank you. So you will see some of the actual profiles attached to the boards here. Those are for profile only. The color schemes are there in paint. We didn't get a custom color painted profile, but hopefully with the two of those, you can merge them in your mind. Also included there, the white metal, white acrylic, and blue is part of the signage components. The blue is one of the client primary colors of their branding scheme. Lastly, the site plan, as proposed, we will be updating some of the planting around the site. Currently, there's about 43 square feet of planting along the building frontage. We're increasing that to 305 square feet with our new proposed options. We'll also be reorienting the parking to take a better advantage of the in and out through New Mayfield Lane as opposed to the closed off pedestrian street escape. There was comments on the existing concrete paving out front underneath our portico. It is in structurally sound. There are no cracks or offsets as part of any tree growth or settlement, but it is splotchy. And so we will be taking a serious power washing to it to see if we can provide a more consistent finish there. If that does not work, we will do something a little more invasive and do a light grind and polish to provide a less modeled experience. And lastly, I'm excited to end on the mural. As we had talked about in the previous session, the artist Mary Henry had created a large mural on the front of the building in that opaque portion. That had been damaged significantly over the years. They've punched in an ATM, a night deposit box, and then stuccoed over it. And so the integrity of that is unknown and probably unsalvageable, since a good chunk of it, as you see here highlighted in red, has been removed due to the ATM. But she was known for her larger abstract geometric shapes. And so with proposed mural, we have not selected a final artist yet, but this internal rendition is of this similar style and vein of what was there before. We will be expanding it to go full height and wrap the corner of the edge there to sort of announce itself as you travel along California Avenue to really increase the square footage there. And you can see the building with the new lattice, signage, mural, and planting as the proposed. So thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions.
Yes, indeed. Nice presentation. Thank you. Let's see who's going to start off with some questions.
Do we want to hear from the public in case there is public comment?
Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's see. Any?
No, I don't have any raised hands or in-person comments.
All right, so then we have questions of the consultant here.
Could I ask the applicant to take us through the colors in the building? I'm just trying to understand this. Could you explain, maybe looking at this rendering here, which of these colors go where?
So the board that board member Chen just held up, that one, sorry, thank you. The one Chen's holding up is missing the aluminum block. That's more for the aluminum profile. The one board member Thompson's holding up is the two-tone proposed scheme. So the lighter of the two grays on the right-hand side there is the what I'm calling the superstructure. So it's the vertical columns and the horizontal.
Okay.
The darker gray would be the infill, stucco, and parapet portion of the building.
So I'm understanding correctly that those two colors reflect the two tones you're talking about.
That's correct.
On this thing here. And what is the color of the aluminum lattice work?
It would be the darker gray. So you can see there, board member Chen, thank you. The color swatch there is the same gray that you see board member Thompson's holding. And then we didn't tape the heavy aluminum profile to the board.
And the profile itself, is it that rectangular profile or is it something perhaps more slim?
It's a 2-inch by 7-inch member around the perimeter, and then a 2-inch by 6-inch member.
Is that 2 inches by 7 inches?
No, that's not. It's just.
So you're just showing us aluminum.
An aluminum extrusion.
Yeah, okay.
Just so you can see materiality.
Yeah, okay. That's my question for the applicant. Thank you.
I have more questions.
Go ahead.
So for this is the mechanical screen.
Correct.
And is this gray supposed to be the same gray as the dark tone?
Correct.
And is it going to be shiny or is it going to
No,
be
it would be a
matte?
matte gray finish. This thing is 50 feet back from the front of the building. It would be hard to see it even from across the street, but because we're required to provide it, we wanted to show you just to show you that component.
Okay. And then do these materials have names? Do we know what like Sherwin-Williams number these are?
You might be able to, yes, they do.
Okay. If you
You want
can
me to-
provide that to us, that would be great.
We can,
I'll give you some time to do that.
Okay.
For the lattice screen, the rendering that we're looking at here looks a little bit different than what's in the details in the drawings. So the details in the drawings are showing an offset in the lattice detail where maybe a diagonal is being expressed more and then the fin is recessed. So I would like some clarification on what the design intent is with that lattice screen. Is it meant to be like a true waffle or is it meant to be offset?
in reality, it will be more like the rendering where it's a true waffle, where the two planes are, they're not pronounced. So that they would be in the same, the vertical and the diagonal here would bisect each other.
Okay, so the detail in our drawing then wouldn't really actually be the right details?
It is similar, but with conversations with the manufacturer, we'll be bisecting that, correct?
Okay, you know what I'm talking about,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it'll be a more waffle.
And I have those colors for you, if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the darker tone is the Benjamin Moore Gray Timber Wolf. The lighter tone is Benjamin Moore Bunny Gray.
So great timber wolf, you said?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, and then I did have a question of if the mural is correct in the rendering or the elevation, but it sounds like it's not been created yet.
Correct. This is just a placeholder at the moment until we go through the Public Art Commission.
Okay, so an artist hasn't been selected yet.
Not at this time.
Okay. And then in terms of how far the breeze block goes down the lattice, sorry, does that align with how far the current breeze block goes down, or is it higher?
It's slightly higher. It's about 8 inches taller or up from the streetscape than the original.
Okay. Okay, and then when I was on site, Garrett, I sent you a picture. When I was on site, I noticed where the mural turns the corner, there's a box on the wall.
Up high.
Up
correct?
high.
Yes.
What's the plan with that? Is that staying? Is that going to be part of everything? Is that going to be
believe it's
painted over?
labeled emergency alarm. We won't be doing that. It's outdated. As soon as we tackle the facade, it would be removed.
It's going to be removed. Okay. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a follow-up question on the mural. So actually to the staff. So will the public art program review the final design of the mural before it?
Yeah, so maybe a point of clarification, this project doesn't qualify for the Public Art Commission requirements. There are specific size requirements, evaluations that determine whether or not it needs to go through the Public Art Commission. What will be reviewed once the final design is provided to us is we'll have our public art plan reviewer review it. They'll identify whether or not there are any sort of copyright issues that might be relevant to the design. And then we would approve that at a staff level decision.
Okay, thank you.
If I could ask a question about that, is it not possible to have our Public Art Commission review this?
I don't believe this is public art, it's private art.
Is it
so-
possible, if the applicant is willing, is it possible to have them review it?
We can certainly have them, but that would be more of the applicant's choice. It's not.
To the applicant, is
I
that
think
something
we
you would
need to
consider?
ask- I don't know if they would review it if it's private art, so.
Well, we have city staff. It wouldn't necessarily be the art board, but it would be city staff that could take a look at it if the applicant so desires.
Is this something the applicant would consider doing?
But before the applicant answers, I do have a question. Would that be an extra series of reviews that the applicant would be required to go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I have a follow-up then. What is, I guess, keeping you from picking an artist and choosing the art right now if you don't have to go through Public Art Commission?
Part of it would be this approval, just to make sure that we are continuing on with this project. The client in several other locations has a history of teaming with local artists to create a mural that's contextual, and in this case, non-branded as well. So I would have to ask them if they are open to putting this before the board, but I know that there is real excitement and urgency to get past this approval and proceed with construction. So I don't know if I need to answer that necessarily one way or the other as part of the review on behalf of my client.
No, you don't need to answer it. That's true.
It's private art, but it's also part of the architecture.
a
I can
big
assure
part of
my
the
colleagues and
facade.
staff that I would really like to see an answer
Yeah.
from the city that's satisfactory to this.
So it is something that, because we're not going to have the Art Commission review this, it is an exterior element that, so the ARB is rightfully interested. If you wanted this to come back as a subcommittee item or something like that, you could certainly do that. And if you want to recommend that they work with our Art Commission staff to see, the city has a list of local artists. And so staff could help with that. And that's not, you're not going to a whole Art Commission board. So it would be much quicker.
On something like this, I would say that my preference would be that the designers here choose the artist. I would hate to see somebody else apply a design to this project. So this is my personal opinion. Some other comments on that?
We're just asking questions, I thought.
I understand we are, but
The
In
intent,
terms of procedure, we need to make a decision as to which way this goes.
Yeah, I mean, if I can help clarify, I think typically the way we would look at this, if somebody comes in with a private art, staff would take a look at it and we would make a determination, the same way we do with any modification to the building. Is this something that requires an over-the-counter architecture review? Is this something that we think is a significant change from what was approved? Even if it was a recent approval as part of the design, or past approval for an existing building, we take a look and we say, is this substantially changing, the character of the area or the building and how it looks? If it is, then we can make a determination that it needs to come in for either a minor or board level review at that point. So I think we would normally take a look at this and we would, take a look at the final art when they have it. And we would say, is it substantially similar? Is it completely, changed from what was presented to our board, and determine how we would process that at that point in time. As Jody mentioned, I think that wouldn't necessarily preclude you from, having some sort of subcommittee or something if it was something you were really interested in. So.
Now, if I can jump in here, I do have a quick question regarding this. If I remember correctly, the only reason that we're sort of having this mural on the wall is because of the historical mural that was there previously. And we as the ARB board asked of the applicant to provide a mural. Is that correct? Because in a typical building like this would not be a requirement to have this art piece, and that the only reason that this is even involved in this project is because of the historic nature, and that the applicant was in agreement to bring that back and to bring that into this project. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think in the staff report, it just says that we recommended introducing art elements or other design elements to wrap the corner of the building facade.
But from my understanding, it was because of the historic nature that there was this mural mosaic behind it previously. If that had never been there, this wouldn't be a feature of this building, right?
I don't know that. It doesn't give that history.
Okay. So from my recollection, that's what I sort of remembered, and I would like to have my board members either clarify me or correct me or provide some clarification on that, because I would hate to require that this applicant bring this historic nature back to this building and then make them jump through a bunch of hoops to do so. It would be an undue burden on an applicant that's really seems to be trying to bring that history back and keep that with this building. So that's my 2 cents on it. And I would love the question is whether that's an accurate memory, that's why we did what we did here. So
Seems
if
to
anyone has
me
any
that
clarification on that, I would appreciate it.
it seems to me that there was a lot of discussion about the existing mural on the wall. And it was a feature of the earlier rendition of this building. So it's a reasonable question to ask. And a good, perhaps you could answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the independent third-party historical review committee, Page and Turnbull, analyzed the property. It was determined that the only historic item on site was this mural. And it would have been deemed historical if it had not been vandalized or compromised over the years. And so it has been compromised to such a point that this property, and this specifically the mural, was no longer deemed historic because there's so little of it left, if at all. So the entire project was not deemed historic, but it would have been if this mural had been intact. But since it's not, the report goes in to say that there is no historic, and correct me if I'm wrong, Garrett, but that was the one historic element, and it's been compromised. So we are looking to bring back some life to the front of the building in the form of art.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, in the context of the discussion of the building, the elements that were there were the breeze block and the mural, and that was mostly just kind of talking about the mid-century modern, design of the building that's out there today. But you're right that because the existing mural was compromised to a great degree, those two elements together didn't result in the building, being classified as historic or not. But into board member Rosenberg's question, the conversation was kind of focused a lot on this and also related to the previous design, which asked to remove the breeze blocks entirely. The conversation was focused around, what can we do to kind of pay homage to, that past design that was present in the building while also modifying it to make it, representative of something more modern today.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
if the board would like, we also have Elise DeMarzo, who is the manager of our art department. She is on Zoom if you'd like to talk to her.
That'd be nice. Yeah. Can we do?
Elise, Veronica, could you bring Elise over? She's in the attendees. And then just, Elise, if you can just give us a short summary of, how private artwork is normally handled. And I know you've got CalAV also has some other programs going on. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Elise DeMarzo here. I'm the director of the Public Art Program. I apologize, Jody, as I was making the transition from attendee to panelist. It did blink it out a little bit just after you said, Elise, if you could please, and then I didn't hear it. So could you please repeat?
This is private artwork. It's not public. It's not a public requirement. So if you can talk about that. And then also CalAV might have some special programs you can talk about.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So yes, this project, because it falls under a certain size threshold, does not require public art as part of their project. When projects decide to put in public art that is not required, it does not typically go to the Public Art Commission. It does come to me as staff to look for any obvious issues with it. Part of the reason for that is think about some of the recent press in Hillsdale with the Flintstone House. We want to be very cautious about judging people's personal art that they have on private property. So if it's not a requirement currently, it does not go through that process. However, one thing I will offer is that we have a current open call for walls in the California Avenue District. We are launching a mini murals festival happening this spring, early summer. And we're hoping to get willing property owners who want to offer up their wall, and the city will fund murals on those walls. So that's something that I would certainly encourage the applicant to look into. It would not be tied with this approval process. It would be a separate parallel process. But that might be an option to think about as well.
And if I might jump in here and ask, if they do decide to engage in that mini murals contest, that would not hold up their permitting process or renovation process, correct? That would be sort of an additional item that they would engage in after.
Yes, so it would be a separate thing, not holding up their ability to move forward with this project. But that wall facing the parking lot or the front edge wall, those are certainly wonderful walls that that could host a mural and really enliven the CalAV district.
So I think that's something that the ARB would want to make a condition, that if it is a private mural, that it come back as a subcommittee, but if they're going to participate in a public program, then they wouldn't need to.
Right, and those murals that are commissioned through the city, of course, would go through the city process and public vetting through the Public Art Commission.
Okay, well, I guess you have a choice in this as to which direction you might like to go. But as to that, and we will establish, and we haven't done this for this year yet, establish subcommittees today, ad hoc committees for the next upcoming months. And hopefully this project then the art piece will come back to that committee, I'm sure, at the appropriate time when you feel ready for that.
Before we move on, I just wanted to see if any of my other board members had more comments on the art, because I have some other comments, but I don't want to derail from the artwork.
Yeah, I have an art related one. To the applicant, not to put you on the spot, but if you were to decide to engage in this, what color would you paint that wall as kind of would that go back to your light white color if you were to offer that wall for art?
I guess I'm not following what would be the background color to the mural?
So, yeah, so we just heard about a program where private properties would offer their walls for murals. I just want to get a sense of what we would approve today. If we were to approve this, are we right now in the drawings, that wall is not really given a material or color. And so that's my question. What would we be approving if you decided to go forward and offer your wall for a mural?
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. To be consistent with the rest of the building, it would be that darker infill gray. We have proposed an elevated finish of the stucco on that facade to be ready for a mural, as opposed to one of the sandy finish you might see on a traditional stucco wall. So we are prepping that wall, planning for an artist's application. And the intent would be, we propose it to be full. We don't know the exact thing, but we'd like it to be full bleed, as big as the whole wall.
And would you be open to that whole wall facing the parking lot as well for art, or just what you've defined so far for art?
It's a lot of square footage. I think we'd be open to it if the artist came up with a scheme that went further along, but it's a decent amount of square footage for a mural on the front corner of the building. And then the planting there is just to sort of soften as you go back, so there's not an abrupt necessarily line.
Okay. That actually reminded me, sorry, one more question. I noticed in the elevations you had something like ivy wall and it was looking like kind of a chevron or diamond shape.
Correct.
Is there a product that's being specified for that? Is that going to be like a green screen product or something like that?
Yeah, it's more of a cable system with standoffs.
Okay, so it'll be a diamond cable,
Right now we're
diamond
showing
shape
it,
cable
yes.
system?
Correct.
Thank you.
One more easy question for the applicant. You mentioned something about structural retrofit or not being able to do a structural retrofit. Are you doing any structural retrofit work to the building?
We are not.
You are not. And how does that affect the breeze block in the front then? You alluded somehow that it was a structural issue.
Because that is currently it's a heavy concrete element up there. It's 7 inches thick and supported. There is no shear wall or moment frame in the front of that building. So it was built before a certain code went into place. Seismic restrictions, recommendations in the 1997-98 building code preclude that from happening any further and penalize projects that have that undergoing a significant renovation.
Okay, so that there's no intention to put a moment frame where those columns are somehow.
It would be absorbently expensive to rebrace the entire building.
I think you can imagine it would cause us to wonder what it looks like too. So, to the staff then, if I could shift gears through the chair. Garrett, you mentioned that the reason we can't have street trees is because they're within 10 feet of utility lines underground. Am I understanding that right? And which street trees on California Avenue are not within 10 feet of a buried utility line?
Those ones would be existing street trees. So those are treated differently, right, than someone putting in a new tree, a new street tree.
So just because it's new, it's never been there before, the utilities department doesn't approve it? Is that the process that the utility department has to approve these things?
It's utilities and public works who reviews them. And yes, they don't want to introduce new conflicts, right? Where root zones might create those conflicts with the existing utility lines. So that is why that's something that we don't recommend on this project.
Notwithstanding that you have that same conflict up and down the street.
Again, those are, those are existing trees there, right? So those are treated differently.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
I think that's all we need to ask in questions.
I do have another follow-up question for the applicant. On page 20 of our packet here, pedestrian and bicycle circulation, what it's showing is the redesign of the parking lot here, but it's showing sort of an overlap between the path of pedestrian travel and this planting along the side. So could you clarify what's happening there, if that's actually going to be a sidewalk all the way from the front to the back of the building, or if the pedestrians are going to have to go into that parking lot to walk around the planting? Could you please clarify that?
Yes, I'm just headed there
Sure.
myself.
Page 20, pedestrian and bicycle circulation.
Got it. I can reshare my screen so we're all on the same page. Is that?
Sure. Yeah, zooming in that parking lot area right there. So to the left where those new spaces are. Yeah, so you've got your path of travel going right over the planting.
So this, the area depicted in the dots, that's the truncated domes as part of the ADA transition as you ramp up onto the walking surface of the portico.
No problem.
This blue line
Yeah.
is not shown adequately. So you would need to walk in the parking lot. There's not enough room. There's going to be a fire sprinkler, huge apparatus here. As the building's not sprinklered, we're also sprinklering the building as part of this renovation. This door here is egress only. There's no operable hardware. It's just for emergency egress only, and you would exit towards the rear of the property.
So my follow-up question to that is, what's the distance between the sort of bottom side of these? I'm assuming you just made all the parking spaces typical parking space size. What's the distance between those parking spaces and the parallel parking spaces? Is that a 2-lane drive-through?
It is. You can see here depicted by the arrows. So this is meant to be two-way traffic. Right now it's one-way, and you can't actually enter it because of the pedestrian closure.
Okay. Is it so you can only enter from the backside? You can't enter from the front side? You can't enter from California Avenue?
Unless the pedestrian access or uplift program is removed. Right now, you can only access from the rear alley.
Perfect. So there's no comment to adjust that existing curb cut towards California Avenue. Is that correct?
It's outside of our property line.
Okay.
We are, in our civil application, we have proposed to extend that greenway across there so that you don't have that curb cut.
So it would close that off. Okay.
It would close that off.
Okay.
We also needed to upgrade the current handicap parking spot was not compliant.
Correct.
And so we will be making it compliant with the striping and grading required to access the front of the building.
Sure. So my question for you is there any possibility to shift those final the ADA accessible space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 spaces? Is there any way to shift them in to the parking lot at all? And again, can't answer on the spot. I get that. But to have a continuous pedestrian path, it would be really unfortunate to go through all of this work to redo this parking lot to make your clients have to walk into the parking lot through the handicap parking space and then to get to the front there. So if there's a way to continue that path of travel, I would encourage that pretty strongly.
Okay, I can't answer that on the spot. I'd have to look at the turning clearances just to make sure it's.
Yeah. So anything to make that path of travel, because I agree that the planting on that facade would be lovely unless there's a mural there. But I think that would be nice. It's unfortunate that everything's sort of coming from the back and that people then have to go into the driveway space to get to that front. So small item, but important. Thank you. I think you answered all my questions.
Follow-up question on that. Did you say there's a fire sprinkler apparatus on that facade?
Currently, the building is non-sprinklered. We are upgrading that as part of our safety, as part of the separate TI, tenant improvement process. So that line is part of that utility bank coming from California Avenue. So we need to find a place for that. We're trying to bring it as far down the site as possible. So it would be here next to the this rear door.
What's the effect on the facade?
If we have planting there, very little. You've seen these. It's a standpipe. It turns and jockeys and goes into the building.
Okay.
There's no other spot. It needs to be accessible to the fire department, readily visible. We can't put it to the north. There's an drive-through alley there. There's no space.
It's like painted red or something.
Yeah, I think certain components need to be painted red. We try and paint as many components gray as possible.
Okay, but so to your knowledge, it's just like a pipe that goes up and goes in, and are there valves?
There's some emergency shutoff valves, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that, does that have to be in that area? Could it be carried to the back of the building, or is it a pipe that is going to be exposed along that edge as well?
No, it would be buried from the California Avenue street to the location where it needs to pop up, be visible and accessible to the fire department and enter the building.
Could it be at the rear of the building and service the building that way?
Require another 150 feet of trenching potentially, and ripping up sidewalk that is currently existing.
Still a possibility not to disturb the planting that's on that wall so that it's
Well,
consistent.
We would probably need to
existing.
talk with the fire department on the distance that they want to have that accessed from. I do believe that they do want those to be much closer to the front of the building, so it might be that putting it in the middle of it as it's currently envisioned might kind of already be a stretch. So,
Okay. I just would encourage that. Seems like a nice clean line of planting. If it isn't a incredible cost, it could be more at the back of the building and not interfere. Are you choosing it this side because you've eliminated the path anyhow? And if you're going to keep the path in the back, which is also access to from the back door or from the side door, would that interrupt the dimensioning of that path in the back?
We were also hoping that the main utility line would be buried in the alleyway, but it is unfortunately buried in California Avenue right outside our front door. So we were trying to make the best of the existing condition.
Okay, that's fine. Any other questions here? No? All right, then thank you very much for the presentation. I think we'll bring it back to general comments from the board here.
Thank you, everybody. I feel bad for this applicant. This was a minor architecture review and we're really grinding this out. So I'd like to just put the public comment to the architect for your client's sake. It's a complicated old building and there's a lot of issues that are really not your doing. You've been dealt this hand. It's not going to change our scrutiny on it, unfortunately, but it is, the more we look at it, the more stuff there is to look at, to think about. So with that, I'd like to address the public art question that my colleague raised about what the review process might have been. And the way I see it, if this building had come to us new with a large blank element on the facade like this, we would have pushed hard to do something with it. And if the applicant had proposed putting some sort of art or mural, we would be all over that. In fact, we would be asking our public art commission to get involved. That's what our art commission exists for, to do this, to put some level of public subjective judgment into this kind of thing. Well, it's admittedly private property and they own and create the mural, but we all look at it. That's why our council has created a public art commission. I'm really distressed that staff doesn't just find some way to use this public volunteer board to just look at the application without forcing the applicant to grind through another round of hearings, admissions, 3 months of processing time. Just let the citizens look at it. We've created this public board, ask them to chime in on who the artist is or what they're proposing. They want to do it. We want them to do it. Everything is in place. Don't fight it, just facilitate it. So it's frustrating to me that we can't just do that. Failing that, we probably can't. I think we'll have to have it come back to the ARB as a subcommittee item just to see what's being done. And I think that's entirely appropriate, Kendra, not because we're trying to preserve the old Moore thing, but they put a mural there a long time ago for a reason, because it's a big blank facade right on the street. We should hold the same standard, and therefore we want to know what's going on that. So I'm entirely comfortable having some level of additional review. I really want it to be something that facilitates this application. Let's get these guys through. Let's let them do this. It's a big improvement. I'm very appreciative of the lattice work in place of the concrete block. I think it's a great idea. I would like to see more detail on what it's actually going to look like. I think what we're looking at is very much a sketchy design intent, and just have one final presentation of what the final result is. I'd like to see that again at a subcommittee level. I'm distressed that we can't find some place for a public bench someplace. Staff alluded to the fact that maybe we could have something in front of the mural, but I think it's just imperative on a big wide chunk of sidewalk like this on California Avenue that we have some sort of public seating being put in someplace in the front of this project. So I'd like to condition that a bench be applied someplace out there. Lastly, I'm concerned that these colors are just too muted or just too white, I guess. I'd like to see a stronger color for the contrasting trim band on the top. And perhaps this white color also is just a little bit too gray in my judgment. To me, this is just really washed out looking. I think we can do better than that. So again, that could come back on a subcommittee level, but that's my comments for this project. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for answering all of our questions. I appreciate it. So I'm struggling with this a bunch, and I'll tell you why. The drawings, unfortunately, aren't detailed enough, in my opinion, for us to approve this today. And I'll give some examples. The names of the paint colors are not defined in the drawings. So the colors are not defined. The elevations are not showing all the main elements that will be on the elevation. You know, what if there's more than just a fire sprinkler pipe that's in the way there? There's the box there, I wasn't sure. So there's more detail that needs to happen here. The mural, which is 30% of our facade on California, is not defined. And so I'm having a trouble kind of understanding exactly what we're approving here today. I understand it's kind of up in the air, but I almost think, you know, I was actually initially looking at that elevation thinking that's the elevation. Those are the colors where they're going to be. And if that had been the case, it might be a lot easier to approve this because then I know what we're signing up for. But given that there's so much vagueness and so much indecision on what's happening here, I have a hard time approving this because I don't know what I'm approving. Similarly, the details of the lattice, as you mentioned, are not right in the drawings. So I don't know that we can approve it because we wouldn't be approving the right detail. It's not meeting the design intent as described. So that's my biggest issue. You know, outside of any design feedback I might have, the drawings we have in front of us today, in my opinion, are not approvable. So going now to some of the design elements that I think we've clarified, I agree with my colleague that the colors are agreed. That's a good term, washed out. You know, I heard the design intent is to go for warmth. These colors are not warm. They're not warm grays. Gray is cool. It's a cool color. And if you want to get sort of warm, you're kind of getting into taupe land, which these are not taupe. And so I agree the contrast is also not enough. I don't know if it's going to achieve your design intent of providing contrast. You know, I might recommend, you've got an interesting idea of having something bold like a mural. I might also recommend that the building get a little bold as well. Like, why not introduce a blue in there? Why not, you know, do something that might be a bit more of a statement? Because right now it is too much. It's kind of too much of a cold background building as it is. And similarly, you know, I was excited to see the lattice. I was excited to see some design work here. Although, you know, as you're considering the detailing on this, it seems a little big and clunky. I think it could be, you know, given that it's not doing anything for you structurally, it might be something worth considering, something more light and delicate. And also, you know, this gray is also kind of a heavy, cold thing as well. And it's something to think about how it's going to age. It's going to pick up dirt and be kind of quite brutal the way it is. So I might recommend looking closer at the lattice design because, you know, I think there could be more to be done there. And I'll leave my comments there for now. I mean, my biggest issue is that the drawings are not detailed enough. I think I probably could have overlooked a lot of that despite some of my design comments, but I'm currently not ready to approve this today. So if you guys are going to come back, I would recommend a deeper, more detailed look at the colors and considering the detailing of the lattice. There's some really nice, I think you're going in a good direction, but I think there could be more to be done to make it a bit more refined, more delicate, so that it kind of competes with what's currently there, which is quite delicate right now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for answering all the questions we have. I think we saw lots of improvements compared to the last presentation, and I think it's on a good direction. And thank you for introduce the aluminum lattice system at the front. I think the scale is much better, and also it adds the contemporary feeling to the building. That's what the main goal of the design. I agree with my colleagues that the two colors are a little bit washed out. So I would suggest you to turn it a little bit darker since it's a south-facing elevation. So it's much easier to look even lighter in reality. And also for the mural, I think it's a feature for the building, and it is a large wall and wrap around the corner, and people walking along the street will see it. So I do hope that the public art program can be involved in the reviewing process. And also, I think we need to be more attention to pay more attention to like the colors and the materials, the scale of the graphics. But I think in general, I'm in support. I think this project is approvable at this level. And I think for all those detail levels, it could be reviewed by the ad hoc committee since it's a much smaller, it is a minor architectural project. I don't want to hold this one because of all these reasons. I think ad hoc committee can do it very well. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I would have to say that I'm probably a little bit in disagreement with some of my board members here. I actually quite like the project. I quite like the grays. I think that it's an interesting color palette. Could it be punched up a little more? Yeah. But knowing that this project is almost serving as a backdrop for this mural to come, I have no issue with the backdrop being gray. Knowing that this mural is coming, knowing that there's going to be this big pop of color. That being said, I do think that there should be obviously some amount of oversight to this mural because it is such a significant portion of the facade. One of those could be you could come back with a very firm design in mind. Truth be told, I really like the rendering. Not the stuff in here in the side, but this front cover rendering, I think it's quite lovely. And I know art is highly subjective, so you're never going to get agreement with everybody. But I look at this front rendering and I go, yeah, I'd love to see that on California Avenue. It's punchy, it's interesting, it's got your blues in it, it's got geometric shapes. I'm in. I would totally sign off on that design tomorrow. The one inside, a little less exciting. Again, art is subjective. So if you come back with an accurate design, we can either yay or nay it. Engaging in the Mini Murals Festival, I kind of love that idea. I think that really gets the city involved in a unique way in this California Avenue. You know, that's where this building is. That's part of the environment it's in. So I think that's a great idea. I think having an ad hoc committee, also an option. So you've got sort of three options here for how to proceed with this mural. One, come back with a firm design. Two, ad hoc committee where somebody here would review it and sort of help guide that direction. Or three, engaging in that Mini Murals Festival. But I think that the grays don't bother me because we're going to have this huge amount of punch, whatever's happening with this mural. So that's my first comment on that. Number two, I really quite like the lattice. I think it's a beautiful design. I think your proportion of not going halfway down the way that the breeze block is, it looks like you kind of kept it to a 2/5 proportion. I think that's quite lovely. And it's giving enough drama and it's not overtaking anything on the facade here. I like the intent of angling a very simple extrusion to create a really interesting pattern. The angle and the sort of torquing of these moments, I think is quite lovely. That being said, here's where I think that the front rendering is a little more simplistic. Everything's in plane. When you go inside your packet to the detailed drawings on page 12, it's actually quite a bit more interesting because it's a little bit offset. Now, much more complicated to build, but will provide a really much more interesting texture than a sort of waffle versus this would be more of an interweaving lattice. So if I could tilt you one direction, I think following what's inside on page 12, where it's slightly offset, would be a much more interesting lattice. I don't have any problem with the full waffle though. I think it's very unique in how you're sort of twisting it. That's going to be a lot of fun to build. Every cut will be unique. I would love to see that pedestrian path going all the way around the building. I think that having people enter vehicularly from the rear side is nice. It keeps people off California Avenue, the vehicular access, but you got to have the walking path to the front. It should be a reasonably simple solution. Just sort of taking a second look at that. However, that being said, I personally would have no issue approving today with some of these conditions that mural be approved under some context. So I might be the outlier here today, and that's okay. I will go out on a limb and just say I quite like the project. So thank you for your presentation. It is a vast improvement over last time as well. So thank you.
So Chair, if I may, I just wanted to change my statement a little bit about the mural. And thank you, Board Member Rosenberg, for giving me the language. Because the artwork is so subjective, it is probably not something that the ARB should be involved in, even though it's a private mural. And so we do have, our art department, we do have Elise DeMarzo. She's highly qualified to review such things. And so I think if it's a private mural, it would be best reviewed by her. And then if they want to participate in that city program, then she would handle that as well. Thank you.
Well, I get the runner-up position here, but I'm intrigued by our comments on this, which I think are very really rather wonderful comments, all told. And the reason they're wonderful is because the project is really going to be so terrific. The improvements have been incredibly well done. All kinds of comments that we made earlier were considered. And so that's really, really very well appreciated. I think some of the subtle comments that are made about the color and around the building, take them or not take them, Rosenberg versus Chen here, sort of. I think it's something that you could decide, but I think it's an interesting one where you could play with the contrast because it might look a little bit better one way or another. But I feel you're fully qualified to make that decision. So I would look to you to do that. Let's see, I think the Rosenberg was on target on everything to do with the breeze block issue. Yes, it's going to be very exciting to see that, and the diagonals are a totally different view, making it all that much more difficult for your shop drawing person to do the shop drawings. And that's where you're going to have to depend upon a lot of detailing and how it is done. And that's the process that we normally go through as designers, because we have to have somebody make that up for you, and you'll be seeing samples of whatever it will be in detail. And I think that's the place to make those decisions. But in terms of the overall look on this, one feeling I have is that you're going to put a piece of metal up against those columns. And I'm a big believer in reveals. And I find that that's going to be a heavy piece around the whole edge of it all. So it would be nice to have that, a reveal around that as it met the material of the column itself, so that it defines itself in that space. I think that's an important aspect that's kind of missing from the drawing here. The patterning, it's a very exciting thing that's happening here, because you're looking through and you're seeing these colors and they're moving in one direction. And, the excitement of all of the diagonals is going to play with each other. And it's just a really interesting possibility when we get out to that street and you look at that as you're moving along, and it keeps on changing because of the angles of everything. I'm very excited to see how that works out. So the artwork is not just an artwork by itself, but it is in relation to what you see through the spaces there. And it really is kind of going to be making this front of this building a really exciting piece of work, piece of art by itself, by the whole frame of it. So maybe Vice Chair Bolte's comment is appropriate, that it keeps your focus a little bit more on that aspect of the front, that dramatic aspect of what you've provided. I'm so happy that you brought the graphics down into the space there. the proportion is right. It's a little off center with the making the difference with the symbol. Then you've repeated, the symbol on the wall. And so it really sort of stands out as a little bit different floating element on that. In fact, maybe it's a floating element. I don't know. But you have to think about how you're going to treat that aspect of it. Parking lot and the configure. I don't know if I agree with my cohort here about the parking lot issue. It's a small parking lot, and to make that pedestrian connection changes everything in that lot, in that very tight lot. So, when you pull into parking lots, sometimes you walk through that passage. There's just kind of no avoiding it. And I would rather see ivy growing up the wall. I would rather see something soften that wall as you turn the corner, because I just think the visual is more important than just getting to the front door, that you can find your way through the parking lot carefully. Other cars are coming in. You'll be careful about that transition. The only real problem I have with what you've presented, so are you ready? Is that little itsy bitsy planters in front of things, they're really nonsense. I think you should do more with that. I would love you to take the whole area to the right side there of the front entry and make that into a planted area, all from column to column. You have something, maybe that's a good place where you could insert a bench. So you're waiting for somebody to meet you to go into the bank, you could sit at that location. So I've got a thumbs up over here. I just think that, you're dealing with the whole vertical element. You're dealing with all those big squares up above. Here's an opportunity to do some planting. You're not going to walk through that dead area to the right of the door from the rest of, you have a big sidewalk in front. So you can come to the front door and let your landscape person make something really interesting with plants in that whole area next to the door. It's kind of fits the scheme, I think, and would make it really interesting coming to the front door to just plant it up column to column, face of column to the outer face, that whole square area there. Otherwise, it's a pretty dull area. It'd be interesting to look at that from the inside of the building at the same time. I think you should think seriously about that opportunity. Just to respond to comments made about the mural, because of course I agree with fellow Commissioner Rosenberg here that that's a really exciting piece of work, even as you've drawn it right there. Just do it. I mean, I'm sure you're going to think more about it because it maybe takes a little bit more thinking, but sometimes the first thing off the pen is a good one too. This one is a really nice design. The colors are very powerful and it turns the corner as we asked, and I think it's just a tremendous addition to California Street by itself. Just that mural, it's an eye catcher. And what you've done is actually quite eye-catching. So I think everything in this project is per your intent here. And it's carried to the level where I think it's approvable as well today. And I'm confident that you're going to bring it the rest of the way.
Can I make a quick comment? I just want to caution our board. When we approve a project, we're approving what's in front of us. So what's in front of us does not have colors defined. The rendering, as we're seeing it on the front page, is showing like flat bars, and the detail is not showing that. So we would be approving the detail, and it's not going to look like the rendering. So I want to caution our board, because when we're approving something, we're approving what's in front of us, and this drawing set is not up to snuff. It is not what we normally approve in terms of level of detail on past projects. So I'm not I'm not trying to like necessarily create waves here, but this is a problem. And I don't think we should set a precedent. The entire scope of this project is the color of the walls and this lattice for the most part. And these are the two things that are not defined in any way, shape, or form. And so I worry that we would be creating a bad precedent by approving something that's not actually designed in front of us. Additionally, the green screen is also not defined as well. There's no material noted. And unfortunately, even though we've asked clarification on what the design intent is, it's not what we would be approving. So I just want to put that out there because that's a dangerous path for us to go down. It's not in the drawings.
Sorry,
We
Board
can't
Member
prove it
Thompson,
if
you
it's not in
said
the drawing.
green screen. Could you clarify what you mean by that? So I can
Yeah,
make sure.
there's a part of the facade along the parking that's supposed to carry the ivy that was described as cables and offset. It's like a cable structure for the ivy to grow on, and that's not defined anywhere. That's not on the material board. It's not in the drawing set. It's drawn as black lines on a facade without anything calling it out.
Well, I think we have to take
So
a vote
I
here.
want you guys to ask yourself what you're approving,
Yeah,
because I can't tell you what we're approving right now because it's too jumbled.
So with
in
the
the drawing.
indulgence of the chair, I'd like to find a way to push this forward, keeping
Yes, thanks.
Ozma and Kendra on
Okay.
board. Ozma, I think Kendra's right that we need to push this project forward. Everybody else, Ozma's right. There's not enough information in this set of drawings to really justify approving it right now. Everything she's pointing to is correct. And we do have standards that we hold to, and it's unfortunate. But Ozma, how can you help us craft some kind of subcommittee requirements that get these guys over the finish line at the same time? It's a small, simple project, and we want this kind of thing done. We don't want to make 3 rounds of architecture review on a simple minor architectural review board process. So let me try. Can you help find ways that we can explain what needs to be further defined? So I recommend that, or I'd like to move that we recommend approval of this project with the following conditions. Condition 1 is that the colors be the colors of the facade return with greater detail and considering more contrast in the colors. Condition 2, that the lattice screen as well return with detail of exactly how it will build and what it will look like. Condition 3 is that you consider adding benches and additional landscaping at the front of the building. It's not a requirement, but we're asking you to think about the comments Chair Hirsch made. And I think they have a lot of merit, but we're just asking as part of our motion that you consider that and bring back to the board what your considerations are. Understand that doesn't mean you get approved unless you have some good judgment behind it, but it's not a requirement. And lastly, regarding the public art, that you either come back to the board with the final design or go to the Public Art Commission and get their approval, or join the public mural process that was described by staff. You have 3 choices of how to get it through. One of those choices is not reviewed by the staff person. It has to go between either the Architecture Review Board or the Public Art Commission, or you join the public mural process. Those are my 4 conditions. I'll look for a second and we can discuss that.
I'd like to add one that I think is pretty simple.
Second it first.
He needs a second first.
Yeah, oh yeah, we want to do this one for, this is as a
Go ahead,
motion.
second.
Oh, okay,
Second it, and then you can add.
second I'll second that actually, and then comments as follows.
Yeah.
I think that it is reasonable to ask you to detail the ivy mechanism that you're going to use on the side of the building. And see if there's any other.
I support adding that as condition number 5.
That would add some more detail to the project that you're bringing back so that there's no question as to how it's going to be done, because I think that's a simple matter.
What else?
Yeah. You want?
You mentioned details in the lattice. I think I would just clarify that it's not just a typical detail, but the corner edge details as well.
Yes,
Connection
the
details.
requirement for lattice detail means fully detailed, includes the connections between the elements and the installation of it into the building. The reveals David was suggesting, the questions we've all brought up about the plane and how they come together. And we will be looking for a detail that is constructible. So you want to pay attention to that, please.
Yes, I think that, it's a reasonable time now that you know that in general, we have agreed upon the whole idea of the lattice work. And it's therefore, you can begin with the detailed process through a shop drawing, whatever is necessary, so that you could show at the next stage some of the detailing of the lattice. That's going to work out fine. And that would answer.
So
question.
that friendly amendment from Thompson was accepted then?
Yes, that was accepted.
There's also one more, sorry. I think the material for the window vinyl was not presented to us. So that would also need to go.
Explain.
I think there was one that like fell off the material board. That was like the window. This, wait, sorry, this is the window vinyl?
No, the piece that just sits next to
Oh,
that.
I see.
That's in the sample of a aluminum extrusion, just for context, and the proposed color.
Okay, normally we also get the window mullion.
There are
material.
no new window mullions as part of this project. Well,
The
sorry,
windows
there's a new
are
fixed
being
window.
retained. The basic windows at the front of the building.
Are maintaining, we are
Oh, they're
proposing a
not-
new fixed window.
They're not
on
getting
that alley.
painted.
They're just being anodized aluminum to match the front.
So there is a new material getting added?
We are removing the existing drive-through teller window and putting.
No,
in-
not that window, the front.
There are no new windows on the front.
Okay, all right.
The
Never mind.
the door was going to be
The
changed.
door is new, and we would
Mhm.
match the existing finishes.
All right, never mind. I take it back.
Okay. All right, so that's a motion.
I'm
And-
still hopeful
and
to hear
I've
that.
seconded it.
It's
So-
been moved and seconded, and I'm hoping that we can gain a fifth vote if we.
Well, don't push her if she wants to,
No,
she'll do it.
Osma has a lot of good points, and I want to be sure we're not forgetting anything.
No, I appreciate it, Board Member Balte. That doesn't change what the drawings are in front of us.
Okay.
So who was second?
Second was Hirsch.
Okay. And then can we have some more discussion about the artwork? Because the proposal is to either come back to the ARB, which I now no longer recommend, because it is subjective, artwork is subjective, and none of us in this room are really qualified to review that. Going to the Art Commission would be an added process that is not normally required.
That's right.
And so that is something that we're adding on. That is a precedent that we're setting. And so we just need to be mindful about that. And we could certainly maybe have Elise DeMarzo, Director DeMarzo, talk about that if you would like.
Jody,
I have a comment to make about
I have
that.
a question about that.
Could I squeeze this one in? I think we could do it a little differently. If we could have the DeMarzo to meet with us in an ad hoc situation where we are looking at how's that? Is that a possibility?
She says, sure. Yeah, so that's probably a happy medium that she could, make sure that we're not doing anything inappropriate.
well, I might also, I think to the motion, the first part of the options was to just define it and come back to us. I think if the architect decided to detail that wall, shows paint colors, texture, I think we can approve that as part of the ad hoc committee. So that becomes architecture a little, like if that's defined and designed by the architect, then I think that's what Board Member Balte's motion is if they come back and that's not art, that's architecture. Does that make sense?
Well, are you saying that we've asked the architect to design the wall because they're assuming that they're going to go out to an artist of some sort to add to the ideas that they presented here?
It's up to them. I think architects are also artists in our own right. So we're capable, absolutely capable of defining where exactly those lines go. Maybe they align better with the angle of the icon. That was a comment I had with the diagonals. But if the architect decides to show us at the ad hoc committee, if the architect comes back with a elevation of that wall, defining where all the paint colors are, where those lines are going, that this is the elevation of the wall, we could approve that as part of the architecture.
I have a problem with it. I think that it's really, maybe the architect doesn't feel that he's totally capable of answering those issues and that he wants to use an artist's point of view to add to the concept that he's.
Then he goes with
providing
option
there,
2.
You know,
Yeah, then he goes with
So,
option 2.
David,
Yeah.
I would envision that the architect would commission an artist to come up with the design, and then they would present that to us as part of the building design. So they define that what that design is. This is going to be painted on this part of the building, and then we can verify and approve the architecture or not. It's part of the design of the building. I have absolutely no problem with that. I'd like to push back the staff though on this. This is a city that treasures and really cherishes public involvement. This is a large mural on a major public part of our city, one that we're trying to enliven and add more life to. It seems to me nuts not to involve the citizenry of this town in this kind of thing. I don't think it has to be a large, complicated process, but we have a public art commission of citizens who volunteered to help improve public art. We have an applicant willing to put up a mural on the building or a design of some kind. Why should we not strive to get that public process on something like this and strive to do it in a way that facilitates the work for the applicant, not hold up their building permit for a mural, but rather just let's solicit the public opinion. And the best forum we have to do that is our public art commission, not the architecture review board, but we have an art commission for it. So if we could somehow make that work. I'm talking to my colleagues, Claire, please. If we could somehow try to get the rest of our citizenry involved in this process, we're much richer for it. We really are. It's not my decision or yours, but the collective process of an art review board. They make these decisions. They're good at it.
I'd like to speak to that a little bit. While I agree with you, we're also saying the same thing, which both of you have indicated rather strongly, that we want this project to move forward as expeditiously as possible. I'm sort of concerned about involving an art commission in something like this decision. And I have a feeling that based on some of our own feeling about the presentation here today, what we've seen is a pretty sophisticated presentation of this artwork itself. So I think that on the other hand, I also feel that the art commission may have a problem when they see something like this being presented without having their input. I agree, that's an issue. And so you've addressed that. So it's a bit of a conflict here. How do we resolve this reasonably? Once again, I also think that the agency planning has a person who's responsible for these aspects of our projects as they come in that aren't of the nature that it requires an art commission to review. I'm not sure what the history of all of that is, but if she is an enlightened art critic of some sort, maybe between that and our own review are satisfactory. So I see this, Peter, you really sort of it has to be resolved somehow, because I really think that what is important here is that the project proceed.
Fair enough. The three options I've put forth in the motion all involve public review or the opportunity for public review. And to me, that's the critical element. The ARB is a public board. If it comes back here, there's public involvement, the same with the Art Commission, and the public mural process is effectively that as well. Let the applicant choose how to weave the process. We're giving them lots of choices, David.
So then you're right.
What we've moved is reasonable.
You're right. Yeah, so you're
My
leaving.
fear is that the city staff will review this for copyright compliance, which is what they told us. And that I think is wrong. I think the citizens of this town expect more than that. That's why I'm pushing so hard to try to get something like that here.
So can it be an alternative that that the applicant chooses one
Yeah,
of those?
We
Yeah.
said the applicant has the choice of the three. That's the motion on the
Yes.
table.
So it is either with HPD, with planning and our ad hoc, or with an art commission review.
Right.
Okay, it's an either
And
or.
even then, I'd leave it to staff to decide how you would work in an art commission review. What I'm asking is that it not be reviewed just by the city staff employee, rather by the public commission somehow. I don't know if it needs a full-blown application and review or if just a private hearing between them, but something public, involve the community is what I'm asking, and that's what my motion intends. And I believe that motion has been seconded, David.
All right, so let's hear it again. Could we hear what the motion is?
And if I can just add 2 cents in here before we get to a vote, because I do know that is lingering. I do have a concern that I would like to just bring forward in the concept that this is a private building, right? This is private artwork. And the concept that if we want to encourage more buildings, more applicants to engage in this, we need to make this process as straightforward as possible. So by sort of penalizing an applicant for having something joyous and bright and vibrant by making them jump through extra hoops, will make sure that every applicant after this comes back with gray buildings. And that I don't want. So there's a part of me I think that everything that Board Member Balte has put forward has been fair. It leaves things open for the direction you would like to go. I think it engages the public, and I think it moves this project forward. So for me, it accomplishes everything while maintaining the integrity that this is a private art piece that's being installed. And I do want to make that very clear. This is not a public art piece. So with art being as subjective as it is, I think that this is a fair process forward.
That made me think of a friendly amendment, actually. Can we ask the applicant to consider a color that's not gray?
Help me reword it. I had said that the color should be greater contrast. It said warmer tones of greater contrast. Is that?
I would even be open with a more of a stance. Like I'd be open to a blue if that's a colder color, certainly.
I want to keep 5 votes or 4 votes. So, but can you help me phrase something that everybody else is going to accept? I'm being blunt, Rosemary. I want to get.
Maybe we just ask the applicant to consider a color that's not gray.
Well, I would just say that then that profoundly changes the application, right? Like all of a sudden this building turns into a Smurf building, we're going to have a problem, right? Like we don't want to suddenly switch a blue for a gray for a blue.
Up to the ad hoc committee.
Wordsmith, Rosemary. She said expressly that she likes gray. So let's find a word that's not.
She also just said she doesn't want gray buildings. So.
I love gray buildings, actually. I think that this is, I really like the colors that were presented as they are. I do.
Okay,
And that's a
but
personal
the rest of us
preference.
have an issue. So let's find a compromise to get this over the line.
Totally fine with it. That's
So
why
how-
I
Are you
fully
okay
agree
with
with your
not gray?
amendment number 1. I fully agree with your amendment number 1 that it comes back for an ad hoc committee with a more clearly defined paint palette of these grays or a bluish gray.
Or another color. We'll just
Or
make
another
it
color.
open.
Okay, as long as it's reviewed again.
Yeah, it'll be reviewed by
So
the ad
be it.
hoc committee.
Okay.
I have a little comment to add to your comment. I like the gray as well. And I think that, the top of a building that's a parapet wall is not something we really need to make a big deal out of. It's a proportional issue. It's ending to the top. A little bit darker seems to me to be a good idea. I don't think that adding color to it to make some kind of relationship that really isn't important is significant here.
Okay, Osma, sorry, I can't accept your amendment.
Could be a bluey gray.
I'm sorry, Osma.
They had a blue gray in the last design. We already suggested they change that, so.
Was there a material board?
Okay, so
okay.
look, I think that we better
All right.
finish this off.
So was
we're all
that
day.
last amendment not accepted then?
Just greater contrast is where it stands.
That's where it stands.
So
Okay.
maybe we can try and restate. I might need some clarity on how we finalize the public art, but or the private art. But there was a recommend approval with the following conditions: color of the facade return with greater detail and consider more contrast in the colors. that the lattice screen return with detail of exactly what it would look like. And with a friendly amendment that the details of the lattice should include the connection of elements as well as the connection into the columns of the building. As third condition being consider adding benches and additional planting at the front.
It was meant, excuse me, it was meant that it could be, yeah, okay, at the front of the building somewhere,
Oh, front of the building, okay.
Mhm.
The building.
somewhere.
There was a add detail of the IV mechanism on side of the building. And then the final condition, I'm not clear exactly where we landed. Originally it was either come back to the board with the final design, join an art program, or go to the Public Art Commission. And where did we?
Get the approval or the review of the Public Art Commission. It's intentionally left vague what the process would be. That's what I don't want to prescribe the process.
Can Elise clarify, would the Public Arts Commission be open to reviewing a project that is private art?
That's a great question. So they have had a few applicants who have come for a courtesy review of art and private development that is not required. But so they're certainly open to it. But as private art, there's not as much direction that they can give as for a project that is funded through the city.
So, so in a sense, this would be a sort of a courtesy, which I don't think is a bad idea in this case.
When I read the Public Art Commission's charge on the city code, duties of the Public Art Commission to, let's see, which is the one that struck me, to devise methods of selecting and commissioning artists respecting the design, execution, placement of art in public places, advise the Director of Arts and Culture on the selection and commissioning of artists for such purposes. I would think that's what they should apply to this. Advise the Director on the selection and commissioning of artists. That's the way they work, I believe, and that's what I would think they would want to do here. Seems to me there's plenty of room within the municipal code for the Art Commission to chime in on this. There's quite a few pieces here about what they should do. Very similar to the Architecture Review Board. If you read our mandate, it gives us all sorts of latitude to chime in on architectural issues in the town. The fact that staff generally doesn't push us into this, I can understand. It's a lot more complicated.
So that,
So I think with the existing motion, the applicant has options. And I just want to clarify though, that all of these things are coming back to an ad hoc committee, correct?
yes,
Okay. So motion's on the table.
yes. Let's take a vote.
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes,
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
No.
motion carries 4-1.
so
Did Board Member Thompson want to speak to her no vote?
Yeah, I think I already mentioned it. It's just the quality of the drawings that we're approving. That's not acceptable.
To the chair, could we appoint the ad hoc committee now?
yes, the two of you. No, well, I was going this way, but it just happens that I've made a list of what
I'd love to volunteer to be on this one.
you got.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
I think that.
So Board Member Rosenberg and
Yeah.
Yes.
I will go.
and Chen.
Board Member Chen?
Oh, you want to do it that way?
Oh.
No, I was pointing,
Oh, okay.
do you prefer? Do you want to be on this or not? Let's,
I think Rosenberg and Chen.
Chen?
Rosenberg
Okay.
and Chen.
Rosenberg, Chen. Okay, I've changed my list. Okay. Thank you very much. It hasn't been such a minor review. But it's,
What are the conditions with the ad hoc committee? What is the process, or I can follow up with?
So yeah, follow up with Garrett and he'll give you all the details.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Should we consider a break? Chair?
Yes, I think we better.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, please.
Yes, sure. 10-minute break, official. 200 Park Boulevard, 200 Portage, 340 Portage, 22 PLN -00287 and 22 PLN 0028 study session to consider a request for a development agreement, comprehensive plan amendment, plan community zone, tentative map to allow redevelopment of 14.65 acre site at 200 to 404 Portage Avenue, 3040 2350 Park Boulevard, 3201 to 3225 Ash Street and 275 Lambert. The study session will focus on feedback regarding the design of the remaining portion of the cannery building and the new adjacent parking garage. The full scope of the work includes partial demolition of an existing commercial building that has been deemed eligible for the California Register, as well as the existing building with a commercial recreation use at 3040 Park. Construction of 74 new townhomes, one-level parking garage, and dedicated approximately 3.25 of land to the city for future affordable housing and parkland use. The existing building at 3201, 3225 Ash Street would remain in office use and an automotive use at 3250 Park Boulevard and would convert to R&D use. Environmental assessment, draft environmental impact, EIR, 200 Portage Townhouse Development Project was circulated on to September 16th, 2022, in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act. The EIR comment period ended in November 2022. Proposed development agreement is evaluated as alternative 3 in the draft EIR. Zoning District RM30, multifamily residence, and GM General Manufacturing. For more information, contact Claire Raybould, City of Palo Alto. Okay, so
Thank you,
Claire?
Chair Hirsch. Board members, Claire Raybould, Senior Planner. So the project before you today is a development agreement for the former Fry's property. As you know, we've decided to try and split these study sessions. So we did a portion of the study session for the townhomes back in December, and this is the second part of that study session for the remaining cannery building and the new parking garage on that same property. So just a reminder of just the overall site plan. We have the townhomes over here on the right side. We have the remaining cannery building, the townhomes. The project would include dedication of a public park area and area for future affordable housing project. And then the Ash building and the Audi building would remain the same with no changes. So I wanted to start by going into a little detail about the historic background of this building. So the existing building was deemed eligible for the California Register of Historic Resources under Criterion 1 events for its association with the canning industry. The environmental impact report did identify that demolition of a portion of the building, which is everything east of the monitor roofs, was deemed a significant and unavoidable impact of the proposed project, and therefore is not consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. So the Council Ad Hoc Committee, the Historic Resources Board, and some community members have expressed an interest in maintaining the remaining building as consistent as possible with the standards. But consistency with the standards is not necessarily a requirement because it's already identified as a significant impact and the building would already lose its integrity by demolition of a portion of the building. So I just want to clarify that. I wanted to go through what the character defining features are of the building. So the key character defining features were identified as the form and the massing of the building, specifically the long linear massing and composition of multiple smaller buildings that were additions over a period of time, but all within the period of significance for the building when it was being used as a cannery. The varied roof forms and structures, the prominent paired monitor roofs mainly, as well as the arched roofs, which I'll show from the interior in a few slides from now. Exterior wall materials are key, specifically a portion of the building at the west end, where Playground Global is currently occupying the space at 380 Portage, is board formed concrete. All of that would be retained intact with no changes. The majority of all of the rest of the building is a corrugated metal cladding. And so specifically that material is a key character defining feature of the cannery. Exterior cannery features, specifically the concrete loading platforms and the cooling porch at the rear of the building. So this top picture is the cooling porch at the rear of the building, which is the north side of the building. And then the concrete loading platforms, which is shown in this below picture at the rear of the building. The exterior shed awnings with wood post and beam construction, and then fenestration of the building, wood framed windows, garage door openings, and wire glass skylights over the former warehouse. And then a few of the interior features. So this kind of more clearly shows in the portions that would be changed, these gabled roofs, which you can also see from the interior, would be refined or would be revised to allow for solar on top of the roof. So I wanted to speak to the, taking those character defining features and kind of what the project is proposing. So there were some key changes identified as inconsistent with the standards. Specifically, the addition of windows and doors for the north and south side of the building, especially as you can see these changes under the monitor roofs with the fixed windows following the sloped roof line. New entries that were created, particularly for the retail on the south side of the building at that retail corner, and removal of the shed awnings. Changes to the north side, adjacent the parking garage, to remove the loading docks. What they're actually doing is bringing the existing surface parking lot up to the same grade as the loading platforms. So it kind of loses that change in grade. And then the materials for the parking garage, specifically the Secretary of Interior standards analysis concluded that to have kind of a more differentiation between the new and the old, they would recommend making some modifications to make it more clear that the parking garage is a separate new building rather than using the same materials as the existing building. So I speak to these because I think one of the key things we are looking for from the Architecture Review Board is feedback on some of these changes, with feedback on, trying to be as consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards as possible. The question of what changes maybe should be made to try and align it more with the Secretary of Interior standards without losing certain aspects of the pedestrian features or improvements that are being made to the site that maybe align a little bit better, especially with the retail space and making it more usable for the tenant. Another key component of the project is going to be a public art piece. So there is a significant required public art contribution for the project, estimated at $840,000. And so there is a interest from a staff level, and I think from the applicant as well, in utilizing some of those funds to provide an on-site public art piece that relates to, in particular, the history of the site and conveying that, continuing to convey that history to the public. There is an initial public art commission hearing tonight to get feedback, initial feedback from the public art commission on possible art styles to select. Following that meeting, the applicant would actually select an artist and begin working on a conceptual design that would be presented as part of the project. A little bit about the parking garage. So the parking garage replaces the surface parking spaces adjacent Matadero Creek on the proposed city dedication parcel. The 2 levels of parking would be 2 levels of parking at grade and a single 2-way ramp on the west end to the second level is provided. Staff feels that some key considerations of this new parking garage should be privacy, how it relates to the privacy of the adjacent single-family residential uses, as well as some consideration of what kind of lighting is used next to those uses. I will point out that it does meet the daylight plane requirement that aligns with the single-family residential daylight plane. And it does also have a setback of at least 10 feet, 10 feet on the west end. The majority of it is set back about 25 feet. So there is some room for landscaping in between that, which is currently proposed. So just summarizing again, I think some of our key considerations would be, we're looking for feedback on consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and possibly how they might better align with that while still meeting our context-based design criteria and ARB findings in particular. Some additional feedback on how they might better meet the context-based design criteria, especially for the new parking garage. And then consistency, also thinking about the key goals of the NV cap, and some of those included the interest in kind of having a retail space, the interest in having a public park area, and interest in retaining at least the same amount of parking that's currently provided on site. And so with that, I'll recommend that the ARB conduct a study session to consider the design of the commercial portion, the remaining cannery and the new parking garage for the proposed development agreement at 3200 Park Boulevard. And turn it back to you and recommend that you hear from the applicant. Did you want to hear from the applicant?
Yes. Do we want to have some questions of the description of the project first in any way? Anybody? No? All right. So,
I'll ask mine after hearing from the applicant.
okay. Okay. Could you introduce yourselves and spell your names, please, for the record?
Thank you, Chair and board members. My name is Tim Steele. Timsteele. I'm Senior Vice President of the Super Auto Organization. I'd like to introduce my team. Evan Sokolowski, he's with ArcTech. He's our primary architect on the cannery building. Our landscape architect, Morgan Burke, with the Gazzardo Partnership, and our civil engineer, Nectarios Matteo, with Karen Wright. With that, Evan will be walking you through our cannery building portion of this application, and then team will be here to answer any questions you might have. So with that, Evan, would you like to move forward?
Yes, thank you, Tim. Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Evan Sokolowski with ArcTech. That's EVANSOCKALOSKY. So as Claire mentioned, it's good to be back for the second portion of our project. Share my screen and bring up our presentation. Claire did a good job of going through things, so I won't focus too much on the initial, but as noted, this project does encompass 5 different parcels. Today, we'll be focusing on parcel 3, which consists of the 340, 380 portage buildings, which is also encompassing of, as we know, the cannery building. So site plan here, 380 Portage currently occupied by Playground Global and going to be maintained as that, and then 340 Portage on the right side, highlighting the retail space that we have dedicated down in the lower right corner of 340 Portage. And as mentioned, it's a 2-level parking garage, 1 level above grade on the north side, replacing the parking that was vacated by the dedication of the parcel for the park and BMR units to the city. So early on in the process, we understood the historical importance of the cannery building and took that into account as we began the development of this project. And at that time, we actually engaged Matt Davis with Architectural Resource Group to assist and work with us on the project. And in doing so, obviously, Matt took and assessed the building and developed some draft design guidelines for the project, looking at the important features of the existing building. And many of those, as Claire mentioned, those included some of the building forms, the materials, the massing, and the distinct roof features. We took all of those guidelines into account and the information that Matt shared, and have been working with him in the development of the historic rehabilitation of the remaining portion of the cannery building. This image, as you've seen before, is one of the historical views of the cannery building that we had, and we utilized this to look at some of the features that originally existed and what we could bring back to the project in this rehabilitation. Approximate viewpoint showing on the screen. Looking at the building as it exists currently, obviously you have the monitor roofs that you can see in the background, the shed roof and post and beam structure that Claire mentioned beyond. View A is from the north side, which also includes the loading dock, the existing loading dock that we will be adjusting as we move forward. The condition of the building is a little bit run down, and some of the glorious features that were originally done with the monitor roofs and all the glazing and light that was brought in have been covered up over the years. So that's something we took into account as we looked at our redesign. Also looking at the existing conditions on the inside of the building, you can see the bow trusses that are such a significant feature of the existing building, but you can also see in the upper left image, you can see where there's some previous windows that were boarded up and enclosed, as well as skylights up along the roof line, and there's no longer any windows up at the monitor roof portion. Again, just some additional views showing the conditions on the inside and what we're looking forward to bringing back and rehabilitating to be a new and viable building to be used for R&D office in the future. So moving on to our proposed design, as indicated, obviously we are demoing a portion of the building, but we did look at this as historic rehabilitation to the building. And so taking guidance from Matt and his team, we looked at bringing back the window line that was originally designed at the monitor roofs, adding back the skylights that allowed light into the space, as well as windows along the east side of the building to, again, open up those former openings. But then we also wanted to look at ways to increase the public's access to the building, even though it will be a private use. That was the addition of these larger windows at each end following the slope of the roof that Claire mentioned. By doing that, it allows nice vision into the space, highlighting the bow trusses that are such an important part of the existing historic building. Additionally, this is from the north. This shows our plaza and main entry into the future office R&D space. Moving around to the south side, one of the important features that was requested is the inclusion of a retail space to engage the public, as well as fronting on to the future city park and BMR housing area. So this shows that view with the single-story retail space and a plaza, which Morgan will speak to later, as well as, again, maintaining the integrity of those windows along the side and adding the new vision, allowing the public to see into the space, which will be private. Stepping back to the north, this is a view slightly further back. It begins to show the two-story or one level above grade parking garage that's now adjacent to the space. We did choose to do this. We needed the parking garage to replace all the parking that was vacated, but we tried to make it as low profile as possible. Also utilize the integration of the corrugated metal materials that we put on the building, both to tie the two structures together, as well as to provide some additional light screening to both the adjacent single-family homes, as well as the proposed townhomes from vehicle headlights in the evening. The previous dock area we are reconfiguring to utilize as an amenity space for the building, and it will be the space that occurs between the building and the parking garage. And so although we removed the existing shed roof, we're replacing it with a new structure that utilizes some of the detailing that exists currently with the post and beam structure supporting the roof, and including a partially open trellis feature as well as a covered feature to give tenants varied amenity space and interactive indoor-outdoor space, which is really important in today's market. This is another view of that plaza. This is the public, the entry plaza into the office R&D, looking down towards the covered area, and you can see the garage features off to the right. This is from within the space looking back. Again, you can see the open trellis feature as well as the covered space, the openings back into the building, and Morgan will speak to this a little bit in his portion of the presentation. One of the other elements we're excited about with this is in the inclusion of the 2,600 square feet of retail in the corner of the building. We're designing a skylight inside the retail portion. Again, even though that this project is an office R&D private use, we wanted to engage the public as much as possible and give opportunities to see some of the nice features of this historic structure. And those bow trusses are elements that Matt highlighted for us. And so this is a view looking up through an interior skylight, providing a view into the monitor roof and the trusses. So with that, I will turn it over to Morgan to give a little presentation on what we've done on the site and the landscaping.
Good morning, board members. Thanks for having us. My name is Morgan Burke, M-O-R-G-A-N-B-U-R-K-E. I'm with the Gazzardo Partnership. This first slide you see here is the retail plaza and it's an open plaza with accent paving to provide a variety of seating options for the future retail tenant. It's bookended on bookended on the right side with a seat wall. It's another seating option with wood top bench, and then a circular raised planter with integral seat bench there on the left side. It'll have a Coast live oak tree planting there, a native species. And the south end of the plaza is purposely kept open to provide a future connection to the development across the street, the park, and then the housing that's going to be developed on the other adjacent parcel. And we have bike rack parking on the left side as well. Evan, can you go to the next slide? So this is on to the north side. This is the commercial tenants breakout space. And as Evan described, this is partially under the new canopy or rehabilitated canopy adjacent to the building. So it'll be another open area with accent paving that will allow the future tenant to program with flexible furnishings that you see throughout here. Where the plaza is open to the sky, underneath the trellis element to the north, adjacent to the parking, we have some raised planter walls that will provide some vegetation to the space, as well as create some outdoor room spaces for the tenant. We have outdoor cooking counters. There's 2 of them with barbecues, and a central living green. It's a freestanding wall with a green living wall on it as a feature element. Can you go next slide, please, Evan? And then the final slide for me is the entry plaza to the commercial space. So we've kept this open as much as possible to allow for ample pedestrian circulation into and out of the building. We have used the circular planter with the integral bench seating that we had. It's the same planter that we're using on the retail plaza, unifying those 2 plazas together. And then we'll bring back the Coast live oak tree planting here for this particular plaza. There'll be accent paving, and we'll vary the colors there to signify the entrance into the building. I'm going to pass it back to Evan, and I think he's going to run through the elevations with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. One element that we didn't have a slide on that if you do have questions, we can follow up, is the landscaping that we're proposing between the parking garage and the residential area. As Claire noted, we do have some significant setback there that allows us to plant, and we have proposed plantings along that edge that screen the garage as well. So if you have further questions, Morgan can speak to that. The last slide we have here is just some elevations. It shows some context. Obviously, renderings always do a better job of showing the building, but because it's such a long facade between 340 and 380, we wanted to include this for context. And so at the top, you can see kind of the juxtaposition of the board-formed concrete portion of the 380 building with its covered exterior area that we are maintaining, the existing post and beam structure supporting that canopy, the rehabilitated 340 building adjacent to it, showing the overhang that we're proposing, picking up on the same detailing. The side elevation below that shows the monitor lights and the skylights that we are adding back in, as well as opening up the currently boarded and closed windows from the previous additions, and then the adjacency of the parking garage, and then the south facade, which again shows the 2 buildings side by side. Last thing we did want to mention is on the parking garage. We, as Claire said, we are maintaining the required daylight plane in our height and our setbacks, and that's for both the existing single-family residence to the north, as well as the proposed townhomes we have to the east. So we are respecting that in the design and making that parking structure as low profile as possible. This is detail that or elevation showing the parking structure itself. Again, a rather long structure, but trying to keep it low profile. You can see the ramp on the left side. The top view is looking to the north as you get out of the cannery building. You can see a little bit of the detailing on the guardrail, picks up on the post and beam detailing on the building, the introduction of the corrugated metal highlighted at the stair towers. So obviously it's a contemporary structure, but tying it back together with some colors and materials, responding to the existing cannery building. So with that, that ends our presentation. Would like to open it up for any questions or comments that the board has, and we thank you for your time.
Okay, so first, could you describe if you've visited the site?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I visited the site.
I did not recently, but have been several times.
I spent quite a bit of time at the site yesterday.
And I visited the site last week.
Okay, thank you. So here we are questioning. Any significant questions here?
Do we do public comment for study sessions?
Yeah, we usually do public comment, so I would recommend we maybe open it up for public comment just to see if anybody wants to.
There's no raised hands on Zoom or any in-person comments.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks for the reminder.
I do call my colleagues' attention to the numerous letters in our packet from the public.
We ask questions of the applicant.
Sure enough. Who would like to start?
I'll go first. I might have missed it, but can you clarify 380 Portage? Are we reviewing anything related to that?
So the remaining cannery building will include 380 Portage, but there are no changes proposed on that portion of the building. Playground Global currently occupies that space and will continue to occupy that space. They did build out of the interior of that space back in, I believe, 2016. And it didn't include any changes to the exterior, I don't believe. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I had a question on design intent.
Excuse me, Oma, can I jump in on 1 second? I had the same question about 380 Portage.
Okay.
My understanding of the development agreement called for the whole building to be restored and rehabilitated, including 380 Portage. Why is that not included?
It's the whole building, but no changes are proposed at that portion of the building, basically.
But it says here restoration and rehabilitation. That's not just no changes.
Maybe the applicant can speak to that.
Yeah, the building, this is Tim, the building, that portion of the building is a different kind of structure. It's a board form poured in place, and there is no significant historical change to that building that would require us to come back and modify it today. The middle piece with the monitor roof is all wood frame with a corrugated metal in very poor condition with very poor structural integrity inside, as well as plumbing and electrical, and in need of a lot of change. And that's where the focus has been.
Thank you. Thank you, Osma.
No worries. Yeah, I had a question on the south facade on the area where the monitor roof is. So on the north side, there's kind of a symmetrical glazing treatment. But on the south, we've got this kind of asymmetrical, is it two different kinds of gray? And just wanted to clarify design intent on what's going on the south and why it was chosen to be like that.
Yes, appreciate that. We did work on that. Part of it had to do with trying to accent both the retail portion to create a distinct feature of that. element to highlight for the public and people coming to the building to do that. But we also felt at that location it was important not only to do that, but to highlight the monitor roof itself. The existing building is actually built out beyond the monitor roof, hiding some of that feature. And we cut it down to allow the addition of those windows for vision into the space like we did on the north side. So it was intentional to create some focal point and interest at that plaza corner, but also improving the views of the old monitor roofs.
What's the setback? Is it about 10 feet between the front facade of that south wall and the beginning of the monitor rooms?
Yes, it's approximately 10 feet.
And is there a setback between the two different accents, or a plane difference?
Yes, there's a plane difference of about a foot.
About a foot, okay. And is the idea that the retail one is the darkest and then it kind of gets shades lighter as it goes back? That's kind of the thought.
Yes, that is the intent. You picked up on it.
Okay. And for the corrugated steel, you know, I'm looking at sheet AC 2.7.0. The material looks like it's kind of a round corrugation, and the renderings kind of look more of like a standing seam faceted corrugation. And so I just wanted to clarify which kind of corrugation you're thinking for the siding.
We will be utilizing more of the round, which is a much more historical, appropriate corrugated metal than the more of the box rib that's showing. We're in the process of updating those renderings, but we did want board input before we made any further changes.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the finish on those, are they kind of going to be matte finishes for the most part, or are we thinking like a satin or something like that?
No, it'd be more of a matte finish.
Okay.
And we have a material board, which I believe has been delivered to Claire. If not, we will get it over to her.
Yeah, I don't believe I have the materials board for this, but perhaps I missed it. So I apologize if that's the case.
And Osma, can I jump in here on this corrugated metal as well? Applicant, it does appear that there are 3 different colors to the corrugated metal, but they're 2 different textures. Is that accurate? So you've got the M2 and the M3, which are 2 different textures, but they're not actually noted as to what the difference is between those textures. And the rendering on AC 1.0.7, it looks like the dark gray and the mid-tone gray are sort of a bigger wave, and that the lightest gray is a smaller wave. Would that be an accurate assessment of these drawings?
As I noted, the profiles on the renderings are slightly off based on further input we received from Matt and trying to be more historically appropriate with the corrugated metal. They are intended to be the smooth wave of a traditional corrugated metal, and so they will all be of a similar profile to again tie to what was historically installed on the building.
Sure. So I guess my follow-up question to that is on AC 2.7.0, it's noting 2 different types of corrugation, M2 and M3. Is the only difference there intended to be the color?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so there should really be 3 different types listed for the 3 different colors.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. And then for the retail element, has that been thought to be like a food and beverage kind of program?
Right now, that was an important request as part of the ad hoc committee that we wanted to include. It's shown as approximately 2,600 square feet, but we're open to what that would be, whether it's a food service type of thing, a coffee shop, a little deli, or some other type of retail. We're looking for the appropriate tenant to provide an active corner to that space and engaging with the park.
Okay, and then in terms of the access, you've got a double door there. Were other openings explored, like garage door opening, like sliding doors, or was the thinking to is that variable at this time, or was there a thinking behind the double door?
For the retail itself?
Correct, yeah.
Well, at this point, we were proposing the double door. Again, some of it's tied to not knowing exactly what tenant would go in that. Obviously, if we have a specific tenant and the indoor-outdoor space is designed in such a way, we could utilize sliding or other door features that we would adjust based on the tenant. But just for the initial flexibility and overall design, we wanted to show the double doors, which allows for that centered entry opening, as well as not some of the conflicts you have with a garage door for exiting at this point.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just have one more question.
Just to stick with,
Okay, go ahead.
sticking with the retail space and the plan for the retail AC 2.1.5, it shows the lines of the store. And I'm wondering what shows in the section skylight on retail space skylight lighting, as if it's the full bay of the skylight above, but the line on the plan on AC 2.1.5 there doesn't go all the way to the edge of the skylight above. Is that an error in drawing, or?
Pardon, could you repeat the question? I was trying to get to the page and wasn't able to follow exactly your question.
Okay, AC 2.1.9 shows the skylight above it. Appears that it's a clear view of an entire skylight bay. Whereas AC 1.5, the line is drawn in what appears to be one side of the monitor at the top.
That is actually, both drawings are actually correct. You're seeing that skylight is centered on the monitor portion on the right side. And so that's what that is that you're looking up into. So you would, there's obviously the two trusses side by side, and you have the monitor, or excuse me, the skylight is on the right side that's centered on the truss on the right monitor roof, if that answers your question.
Let me try to paraphrase that, David. See if I'm correct on this. The retail area actually has a flat ceiling with an opening square in the ceiling, which lets you look up into the structure of the light monitor. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Do you see that as a full view of the monitor above?
Yeah.
What we were looking to do with the skylight is, since the building itself is going to be set up as an office R&D, obviously a private tenant, and limit access into that space between the windows on the exterior and the skylight on the retail, the goal and design intent is to provide the public with as much access into this space and this faux truss that we could provide. And so that was the idea of providing this skylight through the ceiling of the retail space to provide that vision into that space for the public.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that as well?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I feel like I keep jumping in on other people's questions here. In relationship to that, it's noted that in some of the sections, it almost looks like there's a portion of the building that's got a mezzanine. Is there any intent to make the interior of this building a two-story space, or keep that partial mezzanine? Is this going to be a single-story building that just has really tall ceilings? What's the intent here? And I understand you don't have a tenant but there's got to be some structural consideration here. So I'm wondering what that's going to be. And to follow up on that, if this skylight is looking through someone else's tenant space, how's that going to work?
So there is a partial mezzanine space that we are looking to obviously reinforce any structural requirements to it, but maintain on the western side of the two monitor roofs. So that will be maintained. But the intent right now is for, yes, that the interior space will become a very, open kind of two-story space for a future tenant. We weren't looking to enclose that or turn this into a full two-story building, partly because of, the features and the, highlighting that. And then as far as the views through the space, the reason we utilized the skylight was to still maintain security and privacy for the tenant. So the public's views into that is looking up and over the space rather than looking into the space and having any issues with that.
Thank you. I just have one more question. That's a two-part. So are any of the windows that you've proposed operable or openings that are not doors?
At this point, the windows themselves, especially the upper level windows, we're not intending to make any of them operable. Along the amenity side of the building, we're proposing to include sliding doors to allow for the integration of the indoor-outdoor feel of that space at the amenity building. But for our mechanical systems right now, we're not intending to have operable windows at this time.
So are there, so it sounds like passive ventilation is not possible currently in the design. Are there other kind of sustainability elements attributed that you would point out in this design?
Well, one of the elements that Claire mentioned is we are looking at adding photovoltaics onto the roof to provide that, as well as we'll be looking to include as many sustainable features as we develop this to meet all the green requirements for the city.
Thank you.
Some more questions?
Yes. If I could, please, to the applicant again. When I look at the renderings you have of the elevation of the light monitors, the proportions, the width specifically of the light monitors seems much larger in your renderings than it does in the historic photograph, and then it did to my eye when I'm standing out there. Have you really checked that you have the right size building? How sure are you of that?
We feel confident that we do have the building drawn and modeled correctly. Again, we've taken field verification measurements of the existing building and modeling it to follow that as accurately as possible. Some of the views I think feel a little different, partly because of the way we've taken off some of the structure out in front of those. But we are confident that this is an accurate representation of the scale and size of the building and the monitor.
So when I'm looking at your drawing AC 1.0.7, and this is as much for my colleagues to follow along. When I was standing out there, I sort of sketched for myself the profile of that monitor. And when I look at the historic photo, and then I look at your rendering, the rendering shows the monitor about twice as wide as it is tall, perhaps even more than that. And when I look at the original, it's almost 1-to-1. It's actually quite a narrow piece. And I'm just concerned because it's clearly not what's in the field, I think. And that leads me to wonder, really, perhaps the more loaded question is, have you really analyzed what it's going to take to keep this building while making this many changes to it? Almost always it's cheaper to tear it down, and that's what we don't want to see. So what's you're going to have to do a full seismic analysis, and how are you actually going to make it strong enough to stand up with all this glass without putting a bunch of moment frames or changing it in a way that's unacceptable? So that's my question.
No, and obviously, when we started this process, when we appreciated the historic nature of the building itself, we immediately not only engaged Matt, but we also brought a structural engineer on board to work with us from the initial stages to make sure we can make the required reinforcements to the entire building and to maintain it to the extent possible, including reinforcing any of the bow trusses as needed and the exterior walls and providing all of that structural reinforcement. We would not have proceeded with this project if we did not include that assessment early on and include the work of the structural engineer as we started the initial development. I can let Tim speak to it, but we do appreciate the idea that sometimes tearing down and starting from scratch is cheaper, but we did not want to do that on this project, although it may have allowed us for some other opportunities. We wanted to maintain as much of the existing cannery building as we could, utilize historic rehabilitation on it, knowing that we demoed a significant portion of it to allow for the construction of the townhomes, and try and allow it to be rehabilitated. We know it's still no longer a truly historical building once we do this, but we felt it was important to do that even at the cost it is going to take to do some of this work.
Can you say if your engineer suggested that you'll need steel moment frames internally for lateral support?
We do have some additional framing that is going to be added. I don't have the specific details. We have a team working on, but we can get you further information on that.
Thank you.
And I would like to chime in here as well. If I can draw your attention to sheet AC 2.1.2, you've got your demo elevations and your proposed south elevation, and they're sort of lined up right above each other. And if I can draw your attention to that demo drawing number 2, when you look at the monitors there, they do look significantly skinnier. And when you look straight down to proposed to south elevation number 3, they do look significantly wider. Now, the question I have is if you are proposing, and maybe it's required structurally with moment frames, things like that, that monitoring pop-up, if that is rebuilt versus obviously tearing down the whole building, we're just sort of trying to get some clarification on whether that portion is being rebuilt or if it is going to be maintained as its existing structure. Because right now the two drawings do not agree. So a clarification on that would be helpful. And to better understand how all of that glass and the lateral supports are going to be utilized properly.
Understood. We will get additional clarification on that, validating the continuity of the structure as well. Again, we're not intending to demo and rebuild. We're trying to maintain the existing structure as much and reclad it, reinforcing the structure, but we're not intending to tear anything down fully and reconstruct it to the extent possible. So we will make sure that there is continuity between the existing, the demo, and the proposed, correcting any irregularities if there are that we find in the drawings. We will also provide additional information on the structural improvements that we're incorporating to allow for this full design.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah. One last question for the staff, please. I've noted in our staff report and in the record that there's quite a few letters from the public. Many of them address the draft environmental impact report. What caught my attention is specifically a letter from former Mayor Karen Holman, pointing out that there's no alternative presented that avoids the significant impact to the historic property as is required by CEQA. Have you responded to that comment from her?
No, we are currently preparing responses to comments on the environmental impact report. So we anticipate that we would have a formal responses before we come back to you with a formal recommendation. But I can speak to the fact that it was what she's speaking to would be something that was considered but dismissed in the EIR in terms of an alternative. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire.
May I ask some questions?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So my first question is, what the material of the new canopies that leading to the entrance?
The canopies at the entries are proposed to be a composite metal material with a kind of a copper finish that highlights and responds to some of the wood, and then that copper finish has been picked up by Morgan in some of the site work that's being proposed.
And so how about the canopy connecting to the wood trellis? Are they the same or they're different?
The canopy at the back, the wood trellis, obviously, as you see, is the stained wood, and then that structure will have a metal fascia with more of a standard, it'll have metal fascia and a stucco inset on the underside with the roofing above.
What is the wood slat screening wall between the garage and the commercial courtyard? What is the height of the wall, the screening wall?
A moment.
On sheet AC 2.2.0.
The height is approximately 8 feet in height.
8 feet, and then the location of the green wall is also along this wall, right? Is it just portion of this wall, or is the entire?
No, it's not. It's in. I'm sorry. It's in the center. I'm trying to find the sheet. If you look at sheet L 1.3 in your package, there's an orange wall, and right now it's outboard of the fence. But that's something Evan and I can incorporate that wall into the fence line.
Okay. And for the parking garage, may I know the railing height for the second level parking?
The railing is 3'6".
Okay, so I saw the materials are different for the north parking and the east parking garage elevations. Some are with the corrugated metal panel over the cable. So may I know the design intent for that?
Yeah, we did that in those portions. Those are the areas that are facing over to our residential neighbors, both the single family as well as the proposed townhomes. So we incorporated the horizontal corrugated metal in those locations at the guardrails to provide blocking from vehicular headlights in the evening, trying to be respectful to our neighbors.
Okay, thank you. And I also have a question to the staff. So in your presentation, you mentioned the public art. So is there already some designated locations for this? And also the format, is it something on the wall or some sculpture or what?
So that's part of the initial meeting with the Public Arts Commission is to gain their feedback about possible locations and types of art that they would want us, the applicant, to consider. It has been some thought about some possible locations, particularly around the ring around potentially, the retail outdoor space in general, on the west end of the building, on 380 Portage, using that wall potentially, or wrapping around the corner where Acacia and Portage meet, potentially considering that location. And so we would look to the Public Arts Commission to help provide direction on what they think is potentially most appropriate to convey to the public in particular.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question. On the parking garage, can you describe the circulation? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. Is it that the upper level is only accessed from one side and that the lower level is only accessed from the other side?
So the upper level is just accessed from the west side of the building or of the structure. However, the grade level parking can be accessed from both sides. We have access off the west at the grade level in the first lane, as well as access on the east end. So the circulation is flowing through on that side, on the grade level.
Okay, thank you. And speaking of mechanical systems, so how I didn't see the mechanical system in the elevations, but I see it on the roof plan. And is the idea that it's being treated like one big space from that area, so there wouldn't be any extra ductwork that might be visible on the monitors?
Yeah, it's being proposed as a single space, and in the feeding of that, we would take into account where any ductwork is to minimize impact, and so it can be fed from the side.
Okay.
I follow up on the parking garage circulation. So if you can get in from both sides, if you get in from Park, can you actually access the second story by going through the garage? Is that the intention there? Suppose the garage is filled up at the bottom?
Yes, you can go all the way through in the first lane of the garage to the west side, and then access the ramp at that side.
Thank you.
Staying in vein with the parking garage, I noticed on sheet, it's just there, on sheet AC 2.1.10, you've got the latitudinal site section showing the north face of this parking structure and its relationship to the existing single-family homes. You don't have the daylight plane designated there, however. Is that something you could add to your drawings for follow-up, just so we have that clarification?
Yes, we will add that diagram there. But we do meet it, but we will add it for your clarification. Absolutely.
Appreciate that. You have it on one of the other drawings between yourself and the townhome, so I would just appreciate seeing it for the existing family homes as well. Thank you.
There's been some comment made about second story houses relative to the parking garage. Have you done a kind of a survey of the neighbors to see whether there is going to be any impact with second story view through the area there of the second story of the garage?
As in views from the second story of the garage into the residential, or the two-story residential?
Right, the potential two-story residential. I haven't surveyed it to see whether there's any conflict at the moment, but there was some letters and discussion about housing that would be 2 stories high looking at the garage.
We, as far as the heights and the adjacencies to it, what we've worked to do is, one, make the garage as low profile as possible at this location, as well as pulling it as far away from the property line as we could to minimize its impact. We're also working carefully to minimize the lighting at that upper level. Obviously, there's no light spillage, but also maintaining that as low as possible. Already spoke to the idea of protecting the neighbors from the headlights by providing the screen walls along those perimeters. So we're doing, to the extent possible, while still providing the replacement parking we need for the park that is being dedicated, doing the design as appropriately as we can to minimize the impact of the garage. And that's why we are doing only the single story and with a slightly reduced parking ratio that matches our current parking on the site.
So the actual number of cars that are calculated for this whole project then is an equivalent of what parking is there and based on code parking requirements for the building?
It's an equivalent ratio to what's existing on the site now based on the existing square footage and existing parking. So we're actually doing less parking through that as part of the development agreement that we've been working on with the city. So again, we are not increasing the volume of parking on the site. We're maintaining the same parking ratio as to what's there currently. But the actual numbers did drop.
And the parking for the entire cannery project includes parking on all three facades that you're showing parking at in the site planning?
Yes, the surface parking that wraps the south and the east side of the building on the parcel 3 is included in the parking for the cannery building, and then the bulk of that is incorporated in the 2-story parking structure on the north.
You're showing the doors coming out to the walkway that's on, I guess, what we're calling the south elevation. Openings in the building, new openings in the building. Are those all operable so that you can go out onto that area?
Yes, the intent is there will be some access points. Some of that will be for required egress from the interior space. As far as how those get utilized by a future tenant, as whether or not those are for egress only, that's open to what's developed with the future tenant. But the intent is that we would have various access points. Obviously, the majority of the flow into the proposed new building or rehabilitated building is going to be from the north, because that's where the majority of the parking is, but there will be access points along the south.
Have you considered what the usage of that passageway will be on the south side? Is it functional in any way?
Well, it's functional. There's a few things. One is we're looking at rebuilding the existing canopy structure that's there and maintaining that. As we do it, there obviously is on the 380 building the existing structure, and we're looking to continue that. But we also see this as much as it is a private development, we understand that the connection between Park and Ash will essentially become somewhat of a street. And we do have the retail portion down on the southeast corner of the building. So we actually see that covered walkway as being a nice sidewalk that gets developed on the south side at the park, or perhaps walking along that on the north. So we think it's something that ties the site across from Park all the way to Ash, and creating a nice public feature, even though it is on a private site.
But in terms of site planning, it's a raised area from the surrounding street elevation the way it is now. Is there any intention when there's a future park to relate it to the potential future park on that side?
On that side of on the south side of the project, the grading is such that this is only a slightly, approximately a 6-inch elevation off of for most of the portion off of the parking.
Plus just to chime in here, like that the retail plaza it's intentionally kept open on the south end of that, along the curb line to create that potential connection to the adjacent parcel.
Sorry. Morgan, are you speaking to the connection to the townhome or connection into the
There's
park?
both. There's a crosswalk that goes to there's both. There's a crosswalk on the eastern side of the retail plaza that connects to the townhome portion. And then there's the potential area on the south side of the retail plaza to connect to the undeveloped parcel.
Yeah, so I do want to provide some clarification. So environmental impact report did identify a significant impact with respect to inconsistency with a adopted transportation plan. Specifically, our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan does identify a connection from Park to Portage, and it's also consistent with the countywide trails plan. And so the EIR identified a mitigation measure to address that, which requires public access through and an enhanced bikeway. And so just not completely on the same track as what you were saying, but aligning with that, I want to clarify that we're exploring the potential options for that enhanced bikeway. And the enhanced bikeway only requires sharrows, but staff has expressed some concerns about the sharrow design potential because there are so many parking spaces that would back into those sharrows. And so we actually have a city schools traffic safety committee meeting next week. And then we did go to the Palo Alto Bicycle Advisory Committee in November to get initial feedback and plan to return to them in early February to get feedback on a more specific design. We are currently exploring a potential solution that would have a class 1 bike lane that's shared between the property, the applicant's property line and that city dedication parcel. So it'd be a little bit on each. And it would have a bikeway all the way through to Portage, which would align with the current design of the NV cap, which is exploring actually a class 4 bike path on Portage Avenue, a class 4 being a completely separated connection that's being explored on the south side. So we're still looking through some details of that design, trying to ensure that all the ADA compliance is still met, all the C3 stormwater, municipal stormwater requirements are still met. You can see some of this green area that's right along that property line is C3 stormwater area. So we're working with the applicant and our transportation division to kind of design that. So it doesn't specifically answer your question about the pedestrian access, but I just want to make you aware that that's something that we are exploring and then seeing kind of how that ties in also to the pedestrian access as well.
I did want to ask actually staff, has there been a transportation study of the new street coming in from Park as to any possible issues with housing access to that area as well as entry into the parking garage? Has there been any discussion about the volume of traffic in that area?
Volume of traffic through this connection? I mean, we're not, do you mean the volume of traffic going
into the parking garage?
Into the parking garage, so that the parking garage would be accessed from Acacia, not from Portage.
Both sides. No access from Portage? Not from Park. From Park, there's an access to the garage from Park.
The traffic report does explore, anticipated trips coming to and from the parking garage. Yes, through Acacia is where it would be accessed.
Not through Park at all.
You can access the site through Park as well, I suppose, but again, you can only access the bottom of the parking garage through Park. So most of the trips were assumed to be coming from Acacia for the commercial portion.
It's been sort of pointed out that on a previous project that Acacia is really only a one-way street going towards the city at that point. There's no southbound. You couldn't do it southbound on El Camino, get into that garage location.
You
You'd have
can
to do a
leave out,
turnaround.
you
to
could
do
leave
that.
out portage. If you were leaving the site, you can leave that parking garage going through that alley area to portage if you wanted to turn south on El Camino.
Yeah,
Is that-
that's probably true. Yeah, I think you can. Yeah. Okay, so there really, but the study didn't consider that there'd be a lot of traffic coming through from, it appears that it didn't include a study of the park connection to the building. Because, you know, I asked the question before, how is the parking on the first level connected to the upper level? And the answer was, you can go through the garage and go on the ramp to get to the upper level. So somebody accessing from Park could be easily using the garage. So that one access to that would be people coming on
I mean,
from Oregon Expressway would do that normal turnaround and get onto Park and get it. into
So
this.
I can say that I'd have to look in detail about what the distribution was, but it looks at the project as a whole. So it doesn't say these trips are going to be the commercial trips and these trips are going to be the townhome trips. It looks at the traffic from all of the different aspects of the site, including the future affordable housing project on the site, and then makes assumptions about distribution patterns, assuming some trips would be coming from Park, some trips would be coming from from El Camino and to the commercial portion of the site. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Sort of, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I can just ask the applicant a couple of questions, just sort of numbers related to the parking structure. Do you have a total number of parking spaces listed?
Yeah. Yes, Ozma. Okay. So, all right, let's, thank you very much for the presentation.
Sorry, David, I'm still asking a question.
You are?
I am.
Oh,
I'm
no.
still asking for
Okay.
some numbers. Do we have a total number count for the parking spaces?
Around 450, I think.
Yeah, plus or minus.
I
For
believe
this parking garage specifically. is what I'm
The
wondering.
garage itself has 330 spaces.
Okay. And do you know how many of those are EV?
Right now, we are providing 100 of the EV conduit only and 5 EVSE installed chargers.
Spaces. Sorry, I'm giving you a pop quiz here with numbers.
That's all right. That's all right. Hopefully my math works out. We have 3 standard accessible spaces and 2 van accessible spaces, as well as our required EV van and additionally an EV van accessible space.
Perfect. Okay. And these meet all the requirements, minimum requirements?
Yes, we're meeting all the requirements for both the ADA accessible stalls and the EV accessible stalls.
Perfect. And with the ADA accessible stalls, it appears they're all on the ground level. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are there any elevators to get from the upper level of parking to the lower level of parking?
No, we do not have elevators at this time. There is not a requirement for a single level garage to have elevators.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the number crunch there. And just to confirm that the corrugated metal is on that north facade, the entire length of the parking structure, upper and lower. It's at 42 inches tall. And then it's also on the east side, but it's open railing on the south side and the west side. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question? Just one more.
One more.
Okay, so first I want to confirm with the staff, is the trash closure included in today's review?
Yeah, the trash enclosure, I believe, is shown on the along Portage, along that south side where there's parking spaces in, or approximately at the center. I'd have to look to see where the elevation is and if it was provided.
It's A110.
The elevation of the trash enclosure is included on AC 2.1.11.
Yeah, so my question is, it's 60-foot wide. So I want to know for the materials, the split face CMU, is there any other locations that we use this material at the building?
We do not have that right now, but we are open to comment and suggestions if we'd like to look at a different material. Obviously, we want the block for durability on the inside, but if we want to clad it or cover it in something else, we are open to additional ideas.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
And I have two more. I hope they're quick, I promise. Back to the parking structure, the corrugated metal, it shows a dark gray color. Do you have a paint color specified for that dark gray corrugation?
Right now, we have in the material board, it's actually a color from the manufacturer. We will incorporate that. Again, make sure Claire has the color board, but that's going to pick up on the same of the grays, the darker gray that we have at the retail.
Perfect. And you'll have specifications next time we see you for the open railing as well as these vertical element structures and what those colors and materials will be as well, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Last question, hopefully. On sheet AC 2.1.9, the longitudinal building section, number 2, it does show that there's a drop from that left portion of the building into these two cannery buildings. And it does appear that there's a portion of the building that actually has windows next to the mezzanine. I haven't seen, unless I missed it, an elevation of that west facade of the cannery buildings. Is there any sort of drawing that's provided for that facade specifically? And I understand that the bottom portion is blocked off due to this other connection of the building, but is there anything?
We don't have any elevations of that. We're still working through all of that. Obviously, that would not be visible to the public at all because it's below the parapet line of the adjacent structure. But we can provide clarification on the next submittal about how many openings are there and exactly what the intent is.
That would be great. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Is there a location for bicycle parking on the site? I missed it somehow.
On the side.
Yeah, that's,
They pointed
Go
it
ahead.
out.
Which one? What's it?
it's on sheet L 1.7.
Okay.
It shows the location of the bicycle parking, and there's currently 10 racks for 20 short-term bike parking spots. And then there are 6 lockers in the parking garage for long term.
That accommodates the total capacity for the building then?
I can't. Yeah, I don't. There might be
Yeah.
additional inside the building.
There's also some additional long-term lockers that are located in the existing 380 building to meet that requirement. So we do provide the required amount of short and long-term parking at the locations Morgan, as well as the existing long-term parking in the 380 building.
Okay, thanks.
Quick follow-up. Is the picture the design or is the drawing the design for the bike lockers? The bike racks. Sorry.
The picture is the bike rack. And then the detail is just the construction detail. So the picture is what we want to use. The same for the locker.
I see. Okay.
And
so
then the color is not, again, the color would not be green. We would pick something that would work in concert with the colors we're discussing for the building.
Okay, so the drawing will be updated to match.
And if we can find a photo of the bike locker with the correct color, we will include that. If not, we will include a swatch of what the color we would like.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I think, thank you for the presentation, everybody. So let's bring it back to the board for comments. Who would like to begin? Peter?
He's got to go.
Glad to start. looked at this or tried to look at this as I would any other project, starting with site development, building structure, et cetera. So I'm going to do that or try to do that. Later on, I'd like to read a short essay I wrote with a different idea altogether, but I think maybe not directly part of our architecture review. So when I look at the site development of this, the truth is I really can't really consider it on this project because the residential development, I think, is going to need some changes. We made that clear last time. And without those, understanding what they are, it's very hard to know how it affects this project. I think the second element is that the connection to the future park and housing to the south has to be considered. I would hope strongly considered, and yet without knowing what that is, nothing can really be considered. So again, it's very tough to analyze that. And then modifications to the historic structure, whatever does happen, however much happens, affects again the site layout dramatically. So for those reasons, it's just really tough to analyze it beyond what it is right now, which is sort of a big box. The parking structure is just too long, monotonous, close to the old building. It's just repeating the same design that you have there now. It's a 200 or 300 foot long building. Any place else in town, we would never even consider such a structure. Why do we do it here? Well, we're doing it because the old building is like this. Is that really the reason to do something? I think that the surface parking lot has a lot of landscaping. The moment you make it a two-story structure, you lose all of that. And that surface parking lot now, like it or not, is a pretty nice parking lot. It's next to a creek. It's a great neighbor to the communities to the north. Once you put a structure there, you lose that, or at least you have to design it much more carefully. So I just can't support the basic massing of that building. It just doesn't fly. I think we should consider, or the applicant should consider strongly leaving the surface parking lot down at the grade. Right now, they're building it up 2 or 3 feet in order to make it flush with the building. That leaves them perhaps a problem to the site where the creek is, how they retain that. But more than that, anything you can do to minimize the bulk of the building is good. In this case, the dirt's already been taken away. They're building it up. You could leave that garage lower and just reduce even further the impact on the community. So again, the building is just too long, mimicking the old building in a bad way. They should create variety, I believe, by breaking up the massing more, by integrating landscaping in public areas. I have real concerns about the proposed interior layout of basically a 340 Portage, the old building that we're talking about with the light monitors. And my concern stems from the fact that nothing is proposed. What they're doing is just leaving a large empty box. If you really do the math, it's a 230 foot by 230 foot square blank floor plan space. And I don't know how they intend to make that into useful space without adding light wells, monitors, a courtyard, anything else. It's not going to be a warehouse or a factory any longer. It's not going to be a retail environment where you don't need that. It's a place where people will live and work all day long. And when you make that change to the function, the building has to change. And without understanding how it's going to change, how can we review it? I think we just need to understand more what's going to happen inside. It's an enormous space with zero definition given to us. The retail space is even more problematic. What they're showing is just a square box thrown in the edge of it without any real effort to integrate it. And they're making zero effort basically to really integrate it with the light monitors, which is the important historic thing that we want to show people from the inside. And what they've done is just sort of cut a hole in the ceiling. I'm just flabbergasted that we're not looking for something better than that for this wonderful retail space. I just don't buy it. And so without at least at the minimum, more description of what they propose to do, I can't possibly even do more analysis or look at it. All that said, I think the changes to the old building are just too much to preserve the historic integrity. The exterior fenestration and finish treatment are changing. The fundamental relationship of the building to the site is changing. The moment you bring up the grade, you lose that loading dock industrial sensitivity to the building. All the windows on the light monitors and stuff, all of that changes in a way that was never there originally. And it's just such a dramatic historical alteration that it's no longer historic. The previous changes as well, made by Fry's and other tenants since the historic use has also changed. The building is a mess, to be honest. But my conclusion is that the structures may remain standing, but the faint traces of our past are lost. This proposal does not sufficiently preserve our heritage. So that's about where I think it is. I'd like to put something else out there in a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to go second? Go ahead, you, Osma.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks so much for the presentation and answering all of our questions. I agree with a lot of what Board Member Bolte said. The parking garage is kind of hidden away, and so I hadn't really considered the facade too closely just because I'm not really sure who's being affected by it other than the people directly adjacent on the building. So I'd be open to doing something a bit more accessible. The long monotonous thing, I mean, I like the idea of adding more landscape. Some parking garages integrate courtyards or light wells, and that they have trees that maybe are existing that kind of come up to the upper level. So I might recommend something like that. I agree. It's really hard to evaluate this. I mean, I think it kind of looks like a brand new building. I had notes about integrating operable windows on the upper monitor areas. I mean, that style of architecture is kind of made for passive ventilation. It's made for, exhausting hot air. And so, before I really knew what the intention was, I actually thought this was kind of going to be a big public thoroughfare, which would be super cool with, I think Dallas has something like this where they have this sort of old barn structure, and then they have a bunch of really cool boutique food and beverage. They have food festivals, they have farmers markets and stuff. I thought that would be nice with garage doors on the sides or something. I don't know how much, we don't really have any control over the program here, but I think it's really imperative that these upper fenestration elements are operable. Because I don't even know how you're going to get ductwork in here. Treating it like one big space is like the worst thing to do, sustainably speaking. That's very inefficient. So I'd really recommend keeping this space as flexible as possible so that we can future-proof it, so that we're not kind of designing for something we don't know and then, ending up with something very costly in terms of an energy bill. In general, I would like to see more sustainable elements in addition to PVs, so operable windows, some things, facade treatments, shading elements. It'd be nice to kind of see more done to make this building function and perform well without energy. I kind of agree. I didn't actually catch that the elevations between the demo and the proposed didn't match. So I appreciate my fellow board members for pointing that out. It's true. I mean, what we're seeing here doesn't look like what it would actually look like, I think, if the pictures and the demo drawings are right. So I'd really encourage the applicant to look at that closely because right now I don't really buy it. In general, also on the south facade, you have these sort of two levels, with the retail being the lower level, and then this entrance to the R&D being this upper level. And I think, already I feel like there's issues seeing the roof line, and adding that pop-up will, I think, even further obscure that from a pedestrian perspective. So I would actually not support that move architecturally, because I think we're trying to sort of celebrate this architectural form, and this pop out in front is actually blocking it more than celebrating it. So that's kind of my 2 cents. I mean, I can kind of get, the standing seam corrugation is quite popular these days. That's why this kind of looks like a new project to me. I worry about the corrugated metal. I'd have to see how it's detailed, because in we've seen, past historic corrugated metal buildings where the metal kind of wears away and it kind of looks really bad after a while. So I'd like to see what's being done differently here so that in 20, 25 years, it's not looking too worn out. And if it's possible, and this is like kind of an overall thing for all of the R&D stuff that we end up seeing that don't have tenants, having more definition on what's happening on the inside is going to make a huge difference in general to the project. So if it's possible in any way to sort of get a better idea of that, I think that would better enhance the design. Okay, I'll stop there.
Can I make one point of clarification? You had spoken to the pop-up, and I just want to clarify that the pop-up actually exists today, and what the applicant is doing is bringing that area at the easternmost portion down for a portion of it. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I don't know if it changes your comments at all, but.
Yeah, I still think it might be better to lower it anyway, just to better see those shapes.
Just to say this quickly, what's important is not what exists today, but what was historically originally there. That's what we're looking at. And I think that photo in our packet is a pretty clear understanding of that.
I'll jump in here if that's okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
As an overall perspective, when I first looked at the packet and I first looked at the main rendering, I really thought, wow, this is going to be a really phenomenal space for people to walk through. Very much like Osman was saying, I was excited to have people walk through the extent of this building from the front to back. And then to find out that it really is only this one very small segmented portion that's retail, and that the rest of it is going to be private offices that have not been developed yet, that are not explained, that we do not know what they're going to do with this portion of the building, feels like a very big missed opportunity. While office spaces are abundant, they often fit in whatever container you put them in. They're kind of liquid that way. Retail, vibrancy, takes a specific type of architecture. This architecture is already asking for that. It's this beautiful vaulted light space that we can really preserve and make something very joyous and engaging. You're going to be putting a whole bunch of townhomes and having living spaces for people to be and exist. And then you're going to completely close off this massive building right next to them and say, this is not for you. Look at it from the outside, but this is not for you. And that feels really tragic to me, especially with a building of this importance historically. I feel like there's a way to make some of this wow portion, this cannery portion with the pop-ups be something more interesting. Offices, yes, they should be fun and interesting, but they can also fit the container they are put into. I do have some concerns about the boxy portion of this building to the west side. I don't feel like I have a good understanding of where the light is going to be in that space, especially when you consider the extent from the front to the back of this open office space that's designated on page AC 2.1.5 as just open office. How is the light going to get all the way into the center? How is the ventilation going to happen? And this is sort of the more boring side of the building. And I say that with air quotes because I'm sure it will be interesting by the time this project is built. But there's just no information. And while I understand there's no tenant, this will be built out, I still don't even understand, are there skylights in here? How is anything happening in this space? Or is it just a big warehouse? And that really is the intent. On the cannery side, looking at the exterior, I'm going to choose my words carefully here. Historical preservation is extremely important, especially on a building like this. That being said, when the condition of the historical building does not provide safety for the people inside, it needs to be addressed and revitalized. Now, during that revitalization process, we can't forget the history. We can't just make it a brand new modern version of what was here before. We really need to pay homage to the past. I appreciate the windows on the east side. I appreciate the monitors popping up and having an extensive amount of glazing. They are historical in context for the pop-ups. I don't feel that the windows on the east side are historical. I feel like they're very modern, which is not necessarily a bad thing. but it's finding that balance between preserving history, celebrating new, revitalizing this and giving new life. The north facade is a much more successful homage to what was there previously. The southern facade with the boxing out, while it is there existing today, is not a celebration of the historical context of this building. On Usma's point as well, that upper box is far more problematic for me visually than the lower portion. That lower portion, maybe I could buy off on. And also when you look at the context of what we are shown for a floor plan, the retail is in this low box to the right, but then there's sort of a hallway, but this big box actually kind of goes up and over. So logically, I'm not following what the plan is here for that middle height box. Why is it sort of going up and over the retail? Because of the lack of information on the plans, I don't really have a clear context as to how that's going to work. Quite frankly, I don't think that secondary box works. I think it's beautiful for a new building, but for historical context building, I think it's pushing the envelope too far. I appreciate the material choices. I appreciate the color selection. I think they are of nice quality. I appreciate the window color selection. I would just urge the applicant to really revisit some of the historical context and find ways to sort of bring that back more. One item I will point out is that with these upper monitors, there's a lot of mullions in the windows. It's extremely evocative of those Cannery Row buildings and of the venting type where you could have that passive ventilation. The lower windows are all quite modern. No mullions, no breaks ups. There's some vertical elements, but they're mostly large panes of glass that don't evoke that historical context that the building is trying to preserve. So I would encourage some revisiting of that as well. And as far as the overall site plan and context, this is a tricky one because there's so many moving parts and there's so many moving pieces to the project where we've got the townhouses to the right and the elements to below and how are they going to integrate together. And as the architect, that portion of urban planning in this project is going to be extremely important, extremely. So I would love to see on each portion of this project as we progress through, because we will have more of these meetings. I think that starting every project in the context, this is this building, yes, and we're focused on this building, but where does it sit in relationship to everything else? Where does it sit to what's going on below? Where does it sit to what's going on above? And I think that that context is vitally important on this project every step of the way. So I would encourage the applicant to make sure that on every portion that they present, they go back and revisit the master plan and give us that context for where this is going to sit in the grand scheme of things. That's all my comments for now. Thank you to the applicant for the application, and we look forward to seeing this project again.
And thank you for your presentation. I agree with what all my colleagues mentioned. I do like the openings of the cannery building. I like the large windows and also the introduction of the more natural light to the interior space. However, I agree there are still lots of work to do for what the interiors look like, the interior layout, how it functions. As far as the parking garage, it is a massive structure that is very close to the cannery building. And I would suggest you to make it smaller and also to keep as much existing landscape, existing trees as possible. And also as far as the privacy impact to the single families, I would suggest you to keep at least 20 feet away from the property line instead of just 10 feet. Because the railing is only 3 feet tall, so it's really, I feel sad about that. The owner of the single family there is like everyone can just look into their backyard. And also as far as the trash enclosure, I think material wise and also the design of the enclosure, trash enclosure, I think it's a little bit foreign to this side. It doesn't relate it to cannery building or just I would suggest you to think different materials and also the
the structure that above it, I would also suggest you to reconsider it to be more connected to this building. And also maybe the 60-foot long blank wall, maybe that's a preferred location for the public art in the future as well. That's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Well, it's quite a lot of comments by fellow commissioners here. I think I would begin at the end of what Commissioner Rosenberg said, and that is that there are all of these projects that are happening on this site, and I don't think there really is a decent master plan yet. And I noticed the building is completely rimmed with cars. So it's a conflict, a tremendous conflict here because of this comments made about the privacy of the cars versus the residential neighborhood. And the fact that this is a polluted site, so you can't dig down and put some of that parking below. But I think that I would ask why not at this point? You'd really have to prove it to me that it isn't a possibility that the cars could go down, and I haven't heard a word about that yet. If in fact the present level is a bit lower, why isn't it possible to get more of the cars that are all around the perimeter of this building into, holy mackerel, I lost it here. Okay, it's back. Into even a slightly larger parking area. Perhaps it includes some of the west side of the building, which is now going to be used by another developer to be able to provide access for all of the cars. I'm very concerned that the actual traffic patterns may not have been studied properly, and that Park Boulevard's traffic will ultimately conflict with the housing portion of the property. This is part of the urban planning of the whole project, and I haven't heard that it is appropriately answered on this project. In terms of all of the discussion about the materiality of the project, I think some of the comments are very, very good and should be listened to. The question of historical quality of the building, I think, is missing, and perhaps not described according to what would satisfy the historic committee of the city. We've listened to some of the comments made by the historic folks, and they're very concerned, and I think it should be reflected in our concern as well. I think that since there is an art requirement as described, that's a great opportunity for this project, because that's the method in which the history of the building will be properly described. And it's a very public piece of work. And I hope that the Art Commission will consider how this will affect the exterior of the building, so that it is a statement of what the history of the building really is. That's incredibly important to Palo Alto, to properly describe all of what went before in this building 100 years ago when it was a manufacturing facility. I personally like the idiom that's been chosen for the outside of the building. It's a kind of the industrial look, opened up with plenty of light and air. And I think it's possible, pretty much the way the facility that's there right now, the existing retail, the existing R&D, opened up with ductwork running through the space, and a very exciting use of the space. I think that that's very possible with what you're providing here. But we shouldn't forget about the issue of the entire site and what will happen. So I asked the question, what will happen on the south side relative to the park? Because you have to recognize that all of these people will maybe go out one side to do a cookout on the north side, but they'll go out to play soccer or something in the open field of the playground to the south. And that has to be recognized here. All you're talking about is a commercial area at the east end of the building, relatively minor relative to 400 people or more who are going to be working in this place and want to have that freedom to go out at noontime and kick a soccer ball around the open field. So think in terms of all of the people who are going to be here. And in particular, I'm bothered by the housing because of the way it conflicts with the entry to this side, that side of the parking garage, and the potential real problem that will develop ultimately between people in and out of the passage. Since it is in fact connected, the two levels, it is very clear that a lot of the traffic is likely to happen from that side of the project rather than from the El Camino side. So how to sum up, I think we'll give Peter a chance to say what his summary is at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. This is not a summary, but rather my conclusion of what maybe is a slightly different direction. So it's in a small essay entitled "To Save Less and Remember More." Our history is important, the collective thread that unites us with our past. History reminds us of the enormous efforts of which we are capable and of the terrible tragedies that we inflict on each other. Like much in our lives, our history needs to be nurtured and preserved, carefully remembered and brought forth. This rarely occurs unaided. Our busy society and active commerce conspire unwittingly to sweep away the cobwebs of our past, sterilizing us of human richness and erasing memories of what we have done and what we have failed to do. The project before us today offers an enormous building that has been battered by time, whose historic significance is now more understood through its simple agrarian profile and continuous raised loading docks than by any deeper understanding of the commercial history of our valley or of the lives of our many forefathers and foremothers who toiled here. And yet that history, the countless lives of immigrants and peoples of color, people of little means working hard to better their families, the entrepreneurs creating new businesses from the fruits of the land, our young society growing and developing. That is the history that we must protect and preserve. And this history, perhaps, is best preserved not in the form of a renovated building that contains few clues of its past. Let's instead consider a few key aspects, such as the daylight monitors and their importance to the canning process before widespread electric power, or the expansive loading docks enabling efficient goods transport, or the low-wage workers and their struggles to thrive within our always high-priced community. We need to keep the daylight monitors as they were, inside and out. We need to retain the loading dock grade separation and provide greater separation from new structures. We need to remember earlier lives through commemorations and educational displays everywhere. Preserving 53,000 square feet of single-story warehouse, that's essentially the 340 Portage building, less the light monitors area, does not advance this goal. Allowing an alternative development of this space, which means to take down the other left-hand side of what's there from the light monitors over, and that's what I'm proposing. Allowing alternative development of that side of the building could enable proper renovation and preservation of the 18,000 square feet of building under the light monitors. This could become an open public space, could become a market, an attractive daylit food court. And if we did that, we would also protect a few more threads of our fragile past.
Well, does anybody want to add any final thoughts, or would that stand as our final thought?
I think Peter summarized it nicely.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Board Member Balte, and it's a nice idea. I like it. It'd be cool to see that.
Okay, we're going to close the item.
I don't know if you wanted to ask the applicant if they have any questions. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry.
To the applicant, do you have any questions or any final thoughts you'd like to add into our meeting? Do we still have the applicant with us?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I will speak, and it looks like Tim wants to say a few things. We appreciate the feedback and look forward to continuing this process. Got a lot of valuable input from the board today. And Tim?
Evan, I would agree with your comments. No other comments to add. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, then we are done with this item. Thank you very much. Okay, we still have 2 items to go, right?
Yes, we've got some meeting minutes.
Okay, I'm going to share the rest of the meeting because David's hearing system is not working. We're going to move directly on then to action item number 3. No, I'm sorry. Number 6, approval of the architectural review minutes from December 1st. Any comments or a motion?
I move that we approve the meeting minutes of December 1st.
I second that.
Any comments on that? If not, moved and seconded, can we have a vote, please?
Yes. Vice Chair Balte,
Yes?
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 7, review of draft architectural review board meeting minutes from November 17th, 2022. Any comments or a motion, please?
I have a comment on packet page 184. There was a typo under the paragraph where it starts with Board Member Thompson thanks the applicant. There's a line there that says the building was quite harsh. It's a typo. It should be saying harsh. And then closer to the bottom, there's a comment that says the E shape allowed for more sunlight. I just wanted to clarify that in that I was proposing that an E shape would allow for more sunlight and would break up the massing. So it's just a change in the sentiment there. But that's my only comment on this one.
Will you move to approve those with those changes?
Yes, otherwise with those changes, I move that we approve the meeting minutes of November 17th.
Do we have a second?
I'll go ahead and second it again.
Any comments on that? If not, moved and seconded, could we have a vote, please?
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes?
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Last item is board member questions, comments, and announcements. Do we have anything to add?
Yeah. So up front here, we have committee assignments. I think we changed the first one. So I'd like to sort of, if I can find that page. Why can't I find that page?
Is this for subcommittees
Ad hoc.
or ad hoc committees?
Yeah.
Can we do that by project?
Like
Yeah, we
project
normally
one,
just
as we go
do
ahead.
that as we go.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I believe you appointed the ad hoc committee for,
for next, yes, for the last project.
and our policy is usually that we appoint it as we
As we
decide
need
the
it?
project. Yes.
Yeah.
We don't want to
Okay,
appoint
that's
it up
fine.
front. Is that
We
okay?
could do that.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Sometimes we get a little more passionate about projects than
No,
others.
it's a change from how it used to be done, but I think for the better.
Okay.
Any
That's
other
fine.
comments? Great. If not, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.